Chabalala is the CEO of the Conversation Strategists, where she moderates global conversations that are designed to have measurable outcomes. She is known as the go-to moderator for presidential and high-level panel conversations globally. She has moderated conversations for global bodies, including the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the International Labour Organization, the United Nations, the African Union, governments, and multinationals around the world. She currently serves the LRMG Group as the Transformation Executive, and her leadership extends to various boards. In 2019, she was named as one of the top 100 most influential young Africans and one of the top 100 most influential South Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nozipho Mbanjwa Chabalala.
What a gracious, gracious introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, in Africa we say good morning. And in Africa we always expect a response back to our greetings. So I'm going to see if it's going to work. So let me start by saying good morning. Bonjour. Bom dia. Jambo. Akwaba. There's 3 or 4 akwabas in the corner there. But nonetheless, allow me to also bring it closer to home and to say Sanbonani, Dumelang, Absheni, Mulweni. What an absolute, absolute privilege it is to be back with you once again. And thank you again for the gracious introduction. What an absolute pleasure, too, it is to see some familiar faces that I just spent a week with in Abidjan at the African Development Bank's Africa Transport Forum. And so to you, colleagues, we say, bienvenue en Afrique du Sud. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend special recognition to the Minister of Transport, Honorable Barbara Creasy, in absentia. Special recognition to the Minister in the Presidency, the Honorable Marupene Ramokgopa, in absentia. The Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, the Honorable Ronald Lamula, in absentia. Amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Transnet and the Transnet National Ports Authority board members. A special welcome to you. We'd like to extend a special welcome to the key sponsors who have made this Connecting Africa conference possible. A big welcome to the African Development Bank. Special recognition to the Vice President of the AFDB, Mr. Solomon Keynote, who's with us here this morning. A special welcome to the Africa Finance Corporation, to the Vice President at the AFC, Mr. Kona Kanza. Thank you for being here, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, we've got representatives from the DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa. A special welcome to the group executives who are here with us, Madam Catherine Kaufman, as well as Mr. Mohale Rachete. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, to our hosts this morning, to the Transnet Group Chief Executive, Advocate Michelle Phillips, and her Executive Committee, thank you so much for having us. Ladies and gentlemen, to all the leaders in the private sector, to all the representatives in the public sector, and of course to my colleagues in the strategic communications and media spaces, a very warm welcome to you. Before anything else, I'd like to shine the spotlight on one of our most important priorities, and that is your safety. And so I'm going to invite onto the stage the head of group safety at Transnet, Mr. Sipho Mlawutsi, to kindly please offer us a safety briefing. Can we give him a warm African welcome as he comes onto stage?
Good morning. Hope I'm audible. Honorable guests, distinguished business and government leaders, representatives from African countries, in participation here today. Fellow Transneters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to each and every one of you to the Transnet Connecting Africa Conference 2024. My name is Pomrauzi, as she has introduced me. It is an honor to stand in front of this conference in service at this tail end of the Special Heritage Month, not only to forge new business relationships, but to also celebrate Africa's heritage, culture, and unity. But before we proceed with the exciting agenda for today, let me quickly give you a safety brief, this to ensure that everyone can experience a safe and enjoyable conference today. For emergency exit, please take note of the demarcated exit with clear labeling at the back of the venue and on the side. Our safety marshals are on standby on each side. In case of emergency, they would be able to assist you to evacuate to a place of safety. Kindly remain calm and follow instruction from these safety personnel. For medical assistance, we have medical personnel on site on standby throughout the conference. Should you or anyone near you require medical attention, do not hesitate to alert a member of staff or the safety personnel that we have pointed out to you. They will be able to assist you or direct you to the designated medical area. We have on site here a Category 1 ambulance which is standing immediately outside the venue. And this is here for any medical needs that may arise to any of the attendees here. For fire and evacuation, in the event of fire, an alarm will sound. Please exit the building calmly through the emergency door at the back of the venue and proceed to the assembly point located just outside the main entrance. Should it not be practicable to exit through those doors, the marshals will be here to assist you through the alternative path to the assembly point. We also have on site a Transnet fire engine with comprehensive staff capacity to respond to immediate fire risks. Our fire officers who are manning that engine will also serve as marshals should an evacuation be activated. For COVID-19 protocols, I know many of the countries have relaxed their COVID-19 measures, and so have we. But we kindly continue to encourage members here to practice good hygiene. Hand sanitizers are available at various points in the venue. And if you feel unwell at any time, please inform the staff members and the marshals. You shall be assisted. Ablution facilities are located at the back of the venue immediately after the exit doors by the foyer. Ladies are on the right, whilst the gents are on the left. They are clearly gender labeled for your convenience. For general awareness, we encourage everyone to be mindful of your surroundings. Please observe our safety signage, messaging, including the road traffic signs, whilst you are in the SL Park precinct. If you notice anything unusual or that requires attention, please report it to the security teams that are posted across the venue. They will be able to attend to it. So once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to you all. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a safe, productive, and inspiring conference. Whilst we're here, let's connect, let's collaborate, and let's build Africa together. Thank you.
A very big thank you to Mr. Mulaudzi. And of course, you've given us our marching orders, sir. Let's connect, let's collaborate, and let's build Africa together. And so in light of that, allow me to briefly remind us that no one here needs an explanation as to why today's conference is important. We know that infrastructure, its development, its investment into it, its maintenance, and in particular transport infrastructure, rail and ports infrastructure, are the answer to Africa's economic ambitions, but more importantly, are the key that then unlocks the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we also know, and we've long learned the lesson, that it takes more than just one sector, it takes more than just one country, and it certainly takes regions coming together to make the dream of connecting Africa a reality. It's the only way that we unlock productivity, that we deepen trade on the continent, and of course that we make prosperity within reach for Africans all over the continent. And so the theme, Building Africa Together, as Mr. Mulawudzi has pointed out, is going to be woven into the conversations today because it is the clarion call for us to really think deeply about how our actions might be accelerated such that we are truly connecting Africa. I also just want to spend 30 seconds highlighting the significance of this day. The 27th of September comes on the back of 4 iconic holidays on the continent. Just last week, on the 21st, we paused to acknowledge and celebrate Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Day in Ghana. On the same day, we acknowledged and paid respect to Mali's Independence Day. Earlier this week in South Africa, we asked ourselves the question, what is our shared and collective heritage? And on that same day, on the 24th, Guinea-Bissau also celebrated its National Day. And so you will see today in the experiences that have been curated that the theme of a connected Africa, an interwoven Africa where the threads come together, will be felt not only in how we're all dressed, but also in the food, in the music, in the entertainment, and in the decor. And I certainly hope that you're going to immerse yourself in that full experience. Our translation team has simultaneous interpretation. If you don't have a headset, please, they are available at the back. We are translating these conversations with English on channel 1, French on channel 2, and Portuguese on channel 3. If at any instance you find you're having difficulty with your headset, please just head back to the back at the technical desk, and the team will be more than happy to help you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to call on our very first speaker to come and extend the official welcoming remarks, and that is Mr. T.P. Konko, who is, of course, the chair of the board of the Transnet National Ports Authority. And as Mr. Konko comes up, might I ask you to turn your attention to the screen and to take in the Transnet's new brand story. And as that story plays itself out, Mr. Konko, if I could welcome you to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, to the screens, please.
For over a century, we have been the backbone of this nation, connecting producers to markets, across thousands of kilometers of railway track. From concept to completion, we manufacture as maintain the that drives the region's economy. With 1,200 trains running every single day, we are the heartbeat of the land. Our ports are the lifeblood of the economy, ensuring the seamless flow of goods in and out of the country. Through cutting-edge technology, we link South Africa with global trade. From refineries to petrol stations, our pipelines secure the vital energy that fuels every step of progress, every new dawn, and every journey. We set foundations for industries and create spaces where businesses prosper. Transnet, enabling industry collaborations, facilitating trade opportunities, and driving economic growth. When Transnet works, South Africa thrives. Collaboration, opportunities, growth. Growing the future together.
Program Director, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, may I start off by recognizing in absentia the principals in the persons of the Minister of Transport, Minister Chrissy, the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Marupeni Ramokgopa, and the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Ronald Lamola. The board of Transnet Group and the board members of the Transnet National Ports Authority here present. Our key sponsors of this conference, the African Development Bank, the African Finance Corporation, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa, my former home for a decade or so. The Vice President of the African Development Bank, my good friend, Mr. Solomon Queno. Africa Finance Corporation Vice President, Mr. Kona Kanza. The colleagues from DBSA, Catherine Kaufman and Mohale Rakhate. The Group Chief Executive of Transnet, Advocate Michelle Phillips, and the Group Executive team from Transnet. The representatives from business and from government and from other public entities, both here and outside the country. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of both the board of Transnet at a group level and the board of the National Ports Authority, the division of Transnet, it is my privilege to briefly deliver this welcoming statement to you at this 2024 Connecting Africa Conference, which Transnet is hosting for the second time. The theme of this year's conference, Building Africa Together, focuses on the importance of building an integrated regional freight and logistics system, which plays a crucial role in Africa's economic development and global competitiveness through an enhanced trade and improved connectivity. This conference is premised on the increasing recognition to collaborate with various role players to unlock the continent in terms of investment, expedite reforms, and unlock bottlenecks within the freight and logistics value chain across the entire continent. Speaking at the launch of South Africa's first shipment under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement at the Port of Durban, His Excellency President Ramaphosa said, and I quote, "The levels of intra-Africa trade have been growing in recent years, but remain small by global standards," unquote. In an increasingly globalized and interconnected world, it is imperative that African governments, development finance institutions, the private sector, all work together to overcome the challenges that are hindering trade, infrastructure investment, and economic development in general. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement serves as a key instrument for the creation of a single African market through the removal of trade barriers, and it also offers traffic concessions to member states. We strongly believe that to unlock the full benefits of this agreement, ports and rail will be the biggest enabler. The migration of cargo from road to rail, linking the hinterland to the ports through our collective rail networks, is an objective that we all must pursue and pursue vigorously and tirelessly. This conference, through its panels and speakers, will explore and discuss different views around the themes. So from Transnet's perspective, we will share the various initiatives that we are undertaking with the private sector leveraging our vast network, railway network, as well as port systems. To demonstrate that Transnet is committed to driving continental integration and unlocking the immense potential for trading amongst each other. We equally recognize the importance of working collaboratively with governments, with customers, with development finance institutions, and partners across the entire continent to enable seamless trade for the mutual of all. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude and I say, let us dedicate our collective resources to build integrated regional freight systems, to boost intra-Africa trade and Africa's global trading position. I wish you all the best in the deliberations that are going to ensue today. Thank you very much and welcome to this beautiful part of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and in true African fashion, we had a little tete-a-tete in the corner while we were watching the brand story, and Mr. TP reminded me that the pronunciation of his name is not the Zulu version, where we say Konko, it is the Sotho version, where you say Choncho. So, and I thought it was a beautiful moment because he said, no, you don't have to apologize. And I said, no, but it's a learning moment because as we talk about an integrated Africa, the threading of our identities and our cultures, it is in these moments that we find each other and we discover how we're connected. And so thank you very much for that. And more importantly, thank you for the reminder that the conversations here today are an opportunity for us to reposition Africa in terms of the global trading economy and really bring life to what integration can mean. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure now to welcome our keynote speaker, keynote address, and that is Mr. Solomon Kano, the Vice President of the African Development Bank. Let's give him a warm, warm South African welcome.
Excellencies, albeit absent, government departments, the DTIC, DIRCO, the Department of Transport, and the Department of Public Enterprise. I'm not good at the pronunciations like Nosipo, but Mr. Andile Sangu, Chairperson of the Board of Directors of Transnet, members of the Board of Directors of Transnet, Advocate Michelle Phillips, Group Chief Executive of Transnet and her executive team, heads of port, rail, and oil and gas state entities and authorities, industry captains and representatives of DFIs, commercial banks, and other financial institutions, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have a bit of a cold, so just bear with me, and it's part of the reason I brought my water. But I wanted to start off really about talking about the strategic partnership that the African Development Bank has had with Transnet over the years. 2 years ago, in this same venue, Transnet successfully co-organized with the African Development Bank Group what was called the Transnet's Focus Africa Conference on 23rd September 2022, which brought together all key actors on the continent to discuss short, medium, and long-term joint development plans that are critical to developing the building blocks for Africa's integrated regional freight systems. So 2 years later, in this same venue, we're gathering for an even more ambitious theme, which is building Africa together. Since 2010, Transnet has been a strategic partner for the AFDB. This partnership began with the bank's first corporate loan of $400 million to Transnet, and we followed up in December 2014 with another corporate loan of $250 million. And this was to support Transnet's 7-year capital expenditure program from 2013 to 2020. Today, we will be signing the third corporate loan, valued at about 19 billion rands, the equivalent of $1 billion, to support Transnet's recovery plan and the ambitious reforms on freight and logistics and open access on railways. This new loan demonstrates that the AFDB is a strategic partner to Transnet in both good and difficult times. Today's theme is quite important, Building Africa Together, and it's also in full alignment with the Continental vision aiming to foster regional cooperation and integration in support of the African Union's Vision 2063, the African Continental Free Trade Area as TP eloquently articulated, and the United Nations SDGs. It's also aligned with the AFDB's newly launched 10-year strategy, in which our strategic high-five priorities remain very relevant. I assume that a lot of people know about it, but maybe that assumption is not right. So it's to light up and power Africa. It's to feed Africa. It's to industrialize Africa. It's to integrate Africa. And lastly, to improve the quality of life of all Africans. But given that we're talking about infrastructure, let me touch on the context for the development and rehabilitation of Africa's infrastructure. You've probably heard several statistics, but we at the AFDB estimate that the continent needs $130 to $170 billion a year to finance its infrastructure needs. However, after you look at ODA, private sources, and other sources, there is a gap of between $70 to $110 billion a year. And we need to think through how we're going to really meet that gap. We at AFDB have invested about $44 billion in the past 10 years in terms of transformational national and cross-border roads, railways, ports, aviation networks, in addition to supporting initiatives aimed at strengthening planning, policy reforms, and sustainable implementation of transport projects in Africa. A lot of times we only think about financing, but without appropriate planning, without appropriate strategies, without appropriate consultations, and doing that really on a regional basis, we end up with fragmented networks that are not optimal in total. So we also know that in South Africa, the freight logistics sector accounts for 20% of the country's GDP, playing a pivotal role in connecting domestic industries and facilitating trade with global markets. Its significance extends beyond national borders, serving as a critical gateway for landlocked countries within the SADC region that rely on South Africa's ports and rail infrastructure for imports and exports. So, investing in sustainable, efficient transport infrastructure is essential to promoting economic growth and social inclusion and progress. So as we build Africa together, we need to harness private sector participation. So for example, the full implementation of open access in South Africa's logistics sector will play a crucial role in supporting the broader vision of building Africa together. By allowing multiple operators access to key rail and port infrastructure, Transnet can foster greater collaboration between public and private entities, ensuring that all stakeholders, whether from government, industry, regulation, or civil society, work together to optimize the country's logistics capabilities. The inclusion of private sector partners in managing and operating public assets also brings much needed expertise, innovation, better services, and also capital on an efficient basis to revitalize the infrastructure that is vital to both national and regional trade. Moreover, the participation of private sector entities will create further opportunities for investments that extend beyond national borders, facilitating seamless trade between landlocked countries and global markets, but more importantly, the intra-African trade, as TP also articulated. This will open new avenues for public-private partnerships that benefit not just South Africa, but the continent, as improved logistics infrastructure supports the free flow of goods, services, and people across African borders. That is the vision of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ultimately, the participation of private sector operators in South Africa's logistics sector would not only revitalize its infrastructure, but also serve as a blueprint for broader continental collaboration. By fostering partnerships and building capacity through private investment, South Africa is helping to pave the way for a more integrated, self-sufficient Africa, where nations work together to achieve common goals and create a more inclusive, prosperous future for all. But we need to also think about collaborations and partnerships. So the AFDB's financing of Transnet's recovery plan, in partnership with a new development bank, demonstrates the importance of collective efforts in infrastructure development. It is our firm belief that these reforms will ensure that multiple stakeholders contribute to a shared vision of progress, where collaboration across sectors drives sustainable development. This approach encapsulates the spirit of building Africa together, in which cooperation and mutual support among African nations, businesses, and development partners help overcome challenges and lay the foundation for a prosperous, interconnected Africa. We have seen the demonstration of this by Transnet through the ongoing logistic reforms in South Africa, led by the presidency, the government of South Africa, and Transnet. So this is an opportunity for me to express our appreciation for this bold and exemplary leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, I would like to leave you with 3 critical areas of thought that I hope will run through our discussions here today. The first one is about integrated regional corridors for intra-African trade. The historic regional corridor was always about raw material commodity evacuation to other continents. As we think about integrated regional corridors today, we have to think about, connecting agricultural zones of production to consumption. We continue to have primarily an agrarian economy. As we think about regional corridors, we need to think about how integrated they are. They should carry fiber as well, so that we leverage that. They should also be looking at really capturing energy sources along the way. So we need to think about regional corridors in a different way, not just to evacuate minerals to the west or to the east, but we need to think about how these regional corridors work for our own intra-African trade and investment. The second one is about shared asset platforms. I think, in the beginning, when we saw the video on Transnet, we realized that Transnet actually does manufacture and service, rolling stock. So one of the things we are talking about is, why don't we work with Transnet and other private sector groups to create a rolling stock leasing company or rental company for really rail networks across Africa, leveraging the assets we have produced on the continent and also managed on the continent. The last area of thought is multimodal. Standard gauge railways are quite expensive. We need to also make sure that interoperability of our railway networks do work. But we can't build, railway networks everywhere we want. In the back of my office right now, I've got a map, not too dissimilar from this map, but it's a map of regional corridors. But what I realize is that Africa does not have the financial ability to finance every corridor the way we want. So we need to think intermodal. We need to find a way to leverage rail, roads, connecting to ports, even waterways as well, as we think about the freight and logistics systems. So these are just some of the thoughts that I'm suggesting that you incorporate into your deliberations today. And on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can do a little bit better with that round of applause for Mr. Keynote, please. A very clear tri-set, if I could call it that, of provocations. A call for us to rethink how we are approaching regional corridors and how we might get them to be increasingly integrated. An invitation for us to think about shared asset platforms and what that might look like. And of course, an invitation to think about multimodal pathways as we leverage different forms of our infrastructure, our transport infrastructure network to really drive trade and integration on the continent. But perhaps, Mr. Kano, what stands out most for me is this quote that you said, a strategic partner in good times and in difficult times. And I think that is a beautiful capturing of what it really does mean in terms of showing up for each other in partnership, what it means to collaborate, and what it actually means to move in collective action towards a shared vision. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that point in our program now where we invite our host, we invite the Group Chief Executive Officer of Transnet to come and set the scene, to offer us a frame around the conversations that we're going to have. And as she comes up, she's going to be speaking to the question of enabling the region's transport-intensive economy and overall economic activity. Please help me welcome Advocate Michelle Phillips to the stage, please. Let's give her a very warm round of applause.
Good morning. I hope I'm going to get all the greetings right. Bonjour, bon dia, jumbo, assalamu alaikum. We welcome our ministers in absentia, the Transnet Board, Transnet National Ports Authority Board, all of the members present, our key sponsors, the African Development Bank, African Finance Corporation, and the Development Bank of Southern Africa, senior representatives of business, government, and public entities, and the Transnet executive team. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you. Thank you for joining us today. Years ago, Transnet hosted its first Africa the future Africa wants. It was attended by over 170 delegates from across the continent, co-sponsored by the African Development Bank. The need to provide reliable rolling stock in the region and the importance of ensuring between various authorities to a seamless movement of cargo within the coast, the creation of a complementary port system and other competitors. About the adoption of integrated submission include activity of the world. Have been a certain feature of development in other regions are yet to materialize in Africa. The reasons for this are complex and varied, with the absence of efficient and effective trade corridors being amongst the key factors. Gaps with infrastructure are constantly cited as a major to business and investment. The private sector participation and capital is vital in overcoming our of the budgetary constraints faced by so many of our government. Structure is an enabler trade and economic integration. Catalytic potential to a cycle of industrialization, job creation. We need to deepen our understanding of our economies by in trying to access markets. At the same time, we need to be bold about our industrialization potential and develop long-term infrastructure plans to realize this potential. Allow us to undertake more targeted interventions along critically identified corridors. Investments in modern rail and port infrastructure unlock economic potential and contributes to a more interconnected continent. Of transportation and logistics infrastructure has a positive impact on trade flows, bolsters efforts to create a larger and more unified market. The industry, together with development finance institutions, need to continue to play an enabling role in the development of Africa's transportation infrastructure. Within the SADC region, Transnet sees itself as an enabling partner within the regional value chain, with active rolling stock leases, maintenance services, and sales in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. Furthermore, Transnet has joint operating centers in Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique to facilitate the seamless movement of cargo within the corridors. Transnet has embarked on a turnaround strategy and is actively pursuing key initiatives to drive growth and diversify its core business, transactions, and partnerships. This is inclusive of discussions on rail reforms, which will see the private sector operating their trains Today's conference provides an opportunity for Transnet to highlight the broader private sector partnerships currently being undertaken. Key initiatives for the 24-25 year includes the establishment of the rolling stock company, Solomon, that you're talking about, and other private sector participation opportunities, such as Durban Israel Channel and extension, the Richards Bay LNG gas infrastructure project, among others. In conclusion, these initiatives underscore our commitment to advance regional trade and integration, which are key drivers of economic growth and industrialization of the continent. Adequate investment in infrastructure, efficient and integrated transportation enables industrial development. It is my hope that today's discussions will result in more collaborative efforts being adopted by each of us. We need to come together to build our Africa, the Africa that we want. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a clarion call to come together to build the Africa that we want. A very big thank you to Advocate Phillips, the CEO, which is going to be the core and conversation today, and that is to take a look at strategy to really ask questions about how it's diversifying its core business, how it's opening up space for the private sector to participate, and how, what are those pathways to participation. We have a spotlight session that is going to be really looking at some of the detail around this proposition, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, is an opportunity to receive a presentation on the state of Africa's infrastructure. And it's an important conversation because it allows us to align on a common baseline. I do hope that on the back of this presentation, we might have an opportunity to ask maybe one or two questions. So I know that the technical team has a roving mic available that I'll bring to you, time permitting. For now, please help me welcome Senior Associate in the Office of the CEO and this at the Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Adonye Wilcox, please, to the stage. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you today. My name is Adonye Wilcox. I work with the Africa Finance Corporation, and I'll be presenting a State of Infrastructure report on behalf of our CEO. So I think a perfect place to start would be on the next slide, the objectives of the report and what it's trying to achieve. So we set out to prepare this report to take a look at the trends, the gaps, and the requirements of the African infrastructure landscape. It's very well spoken about, the 100 billion or more of deficit that exists on the continent. But we felt there was also a need to take a closer look at the trends and where exactly those opportunities were to close this gap. And it's with this in mind that we've begun preparing this presentation and it's supposed to take place every year on behalf of the continent, if you will. So to start, I think it makes sense to spend a bit of time on the macroeconomic context in which Africa finds itself. African governments across the continent are grappling with formidable challenges, which in turn are straining their ability to finance infrastructure that's much needed on the continent. Laying on that is the intrinsic pull between social infrastructure and hard infrastructure and the need to invest in things like healthcare, education, and spending. So we feel it's very much imperative that the private sector begins to play a bigger role, or an even bigger role in the continent's infrastructure funding. And two things really bring this point out. The first of which is an increasing debt burden or level of debt within the system on account of multiple shocks which have forced governments to spend a bit more on infrastructure, one, but two, intervening to stabilize the economies is growing or pushing debt levels higher, and resulting from that is an increasing strain from debt servicing burdens. As you can see on the charts, we've seen debt on a sustainable basis has grown from 2012 to 2022 on account of COVID, and is scheduled to stay at high levels going forward. On top of that is the long-run issues of domestic or resource mobilization by governments to fund, I would say, activities and investments in things like infrastructure and social spending. And that we see as very limited and will continue to remain limited for a while. So that also further drives the point of private sector participation in infrastructure funding. And we see that post-COVID, the environment is significantly limiting for governments to continue to finance infrastructure on the scale at which it needs to be financed on the continent. And with that in mind, we've tried to set out some examples of this. One is the overall fiscal balances we see growing and remaining high post-COVID, and that's quite shown in the chart. And to cap this off, or to cap off the context, is an overview of how Africa's stock or infrastructure stock has not kept pace with the requirements needed and continues to struggle. So we see Africa's capital stock accumulation has more or less stagnated over the past 3 decades, growing at about 2 to 4% compared to a region or a country like China, which is growing at much, much higher, as you can see on the first chart. And that has resulted in Africa lagging behind other regions across the world. The middle chart tries to show the stock compared to Africa's, right? And we see for East Asia, we've gone from having an infrastructure stock that was 4.7 times more than Africa to now being 9.6 times more. Latin America and the Caribbean also trends above Africa, growing from 1.5, opening the gap up to 2.15 times. And then more dramatically, we see China having gone from a lower capital stock base compared to the continent, now outstripping and growing much faster and much quicker, landing at about 6 times the stock of Africa. But that's not to say we haven't grown. The infrastructure stock on the continent has grown, just not at the pace that it needs to. And the last chart here tries to basically represent that graphically. As you can see, we've more or less had a flat growth, I would say, compared to other regions which are almost growing exponentially. And that just drives home the point that a new type of thinking is needed to close this gap. And we feel strongly that development banks on the continent, as well as the private sector, have to play a bigger role to step in to fill the gap that will inevitably be left by the governments. So given the nature of the conference, we thought it would be wise to spend some time on what we see evolving in the transport and logistics side of things and the opportunities therein. So it's a mixed story, really, from where we sit. And we look at this across 4 key segments. On the port side, we see strong investment flows. As you can see, Africa has attracted some of the largest private sector flows into the port sector compared to other regions. And African ports have seen the highest private sector participation globally over the past decade, while the rest of the logistics sectors tend to struggle a bit. And that has several consequences, which we'll highlight subsequently. In the railway space as well, that has also sort of reflected in the sense that the continent is not able to attract the level of investment it needs or more investments required to close the large gap that exists there compared to other regions. Most notably in the road sector, this is an even, I would say, more pronounced case of a lack of investments flowing into. And then same goes with airports and aviation facilities. Building on that last point, we've seen a sort of, we call it a pulse race coming into the continent, which is on account of 3 main factors. First of which is just a nature of economic growth on the continent has led to more demand or more capacity being installed to meet that demand. And then we're also seeing an evolving trend of companies developing port capacity to take advantage of certain bottlenecks which exist in certain regions, largely through transshipment. Now, because of the fragmented nature of the continent's infrastructure, it's sometimes more efficient to ship port to port than to move within the continent or move across countries. So we're seeing a lot of investments going into to take advantage of that or close those inefficiencies. And then the third is just growing traffic, right? As the continent grows, populations expand, we're seeing more and more demand for traffic and more strain on ports. So the imperative of building new ports is stronger. And investments, and this culminates in the fact that investments in African ports have grown significantly in recent years. Most notably, we see that growth coming in areas like in regions such as Morocco with the Tangier Med, in Togo, taking advantage of some of West Africa's, I would say, inefficiencies in logistics connections. And then for the growth story, that's largely being driven by Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, amongst others. And for the traffic story, we see more traffic in Dakar, Nairobi, Berbera, which is driving this expansion in port capacity. Now, like I mentioned earlier, there are certain bottlenecks which exist due to the lopsided nature of the investment flows. And that's very pronounced in the road networks or the road stock, if you will. And this is actually quite critical because roads are a major form of transportation for the continent as it currently exists today. And roads play a critical role for Africa. They move about 90% of people traffic and about roughly 80% by our estimates of goods. So more investments are needed here to create efficiencies and unlock more value across the other segments. And from the research we've seen, we find that Africa's paved road network density is quite low compared to other regions, right? Particularly those in China, and not quite a good example to compare, but ASEAN as well. And on top of that, we have a quantity and a quality problem, as African roads particularly have poor quality, even though they might be paved or classified as paved. In the rail sector, we've also seen the gaps in the bottlenecks, or the gaps in the investments, which have further driven bottlenecks. And again, the story here is there's been always this plan to move away from roads to rail, but we're not quite seeing the investments follow that to create that capacity. In addition to that, the continent has still not quite been able to move past the pit-to-port business model, which really just sees rail or export or port capacity built to export raw minerals. So we need a bit more looking inwards and connecting markets within the continent and countries, within countries and across regions. And we try to show this with the charts here. The chart on the right shows the density of rail per million of population. And as you can see, most African countries fall below the average of both China and America, which we've set as the benchmark. On the rail story as well, we see a further story of, I would say, fragmentation. And that's really driven by different technology sets, right? We see some regions have gone more standard gauge, some regions have gone more Cape gauge, and there's no ability to connect across. So there does need to be a bit more joined up thinking in building out these systems and connecting these markets, particularly in the context of the ACFTA and Africa's quest to further integrate. And a bit of, just to hit some stats from our research, the railway network as it exists in Africa is relatively small for a continent the size of Africa. And just to give a comparison, India, which covers roughly 11% of Africa's surface area, has a rail network that's equivalent to 75% of Africa's already, right? So that just goes to show that to get the kind of coverage that you need to build the kind of integration that's required in the ACFTA, much more investment has to go into the continent's rail sectors. And just to further bring the point home, 13 sub-Saharan countries have no operational rail networks, right? So the private sector does have quite a bit of a role to play in closing this in conjunction with governments. And then the next point would like to highlight is on the infrastructure, aviation infrastructure or airport infrastructure. Now, there has been quite a bit of growth here, and we see Africa's airport infrastructure expanding, but it's still relatively performing relatively poorly compared to the rest of the world. But there is some improvement here in our view. And particularly, Africa can improve on moving more goods through aviation. A few cargo hubs have emerged within diverse economies, most notably in North Africa, in East Africa, and in Southern Africa. But investments still a lot more investments could still go into these segments to drive growth further. And really, this results in a situation where moving goods within the continent, and in some cases out of the continent, is expensive, inefficient, and time-consuming, right? And we've tried to look at some indexes which track things like this, and we see that Africa's poor performance in logistics indices are largely driven on account of processes, technologies, systems, as well as infrastructure. And we've tried to show countries who have improved between a 10-year span covering 2012 to 22. Most notably is Botswana, which has shown strong growth. I would say ranks best in the index. Rwanda has also shown some strong growth, largely on account of process improvements. And I think of all the countries on the continent, a handful only perform above global average, right? South Africa being one of them, Botswana, Egypt. And those are the countries where we see an efficient transportation infrastructure systems. And lastly, and to cap off the slide, is we've tried to just give a rough estimate of what's required to close this gap. Basically the thinking here is if Africa were to close this gap to meet regions like India and China, which have experienced strong growth from infrastructure investments, what would be required from an investment quantum perspective? And we've looked at three main areas, first being roads, second being rail. Basically, if we were to raise rail density or rail presence on the continent to meet that of China and further along the line, India, we estimate a gap of anywhere between about 60 to 100 billion a year up until 2050 to close these gaps. So clearly, quite a few opportunities exist in this space. And the same for meeting the PIDA targets on operationalizing port logistics, right? So basically, Africa would need to build a Tangier Med-level port every year over the next 20 years to reach that steady state operational efficiency. So I think to keep it short, I'd end the conversation here and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Adonia. I'm going to stay down here as I encourage us to, I already see a hand popping up, just to ask, we've got a bit of time just to put some questions to Adonia, because I think you've really outlined the opportunity, of course, by speaking to the challenge. So can I get a microphone to the gentleman in the middle here, please? Thank you very much, sir. As you pose your question, if you could kindly please introduce yourself as well.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Nkulule Kongubane from Living in SATV. So we cover infrastructure projects, developments within South Africa. So I just want to ask, there's a very interesting piece of statistic that you covered here. When you say that there's a huge investment in ports by private sector, but rail, roads, and airports have experienced less. Is it policy? What in your view, what is the challenge? Why are we not attracting more investors in these sectors?
Adonia, I'm going to ask if I can maybe take three, so sure. You maybe note that one down to say, where is the gap in terms of attracting investments when it comes to road in particular? There's another hand that I saw coming up here. Yes, please, sir. If you could please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Ahmed Shaukat. I'm an industry specialist with the African Development Bank. The question I have is pertaining to the rail sector primarily. I'd like to get some sense in terms of the countries you're looking at who have signed the Luxembourg Rail Protocol, because I think that is one of the key things which is sort of inhibiting the private sector to come in on the leasing platform for wagons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the Luxembourg Rail Protocol and the extent to which it enables private sector participation or deters it. Do I have another hand to conclude on 3? And I'm scanning the room. And Adonia, right now it seems as if those are the 2 questions. So the first one being, why are we... Did I miss someone? There you go. Oh, did I miss someone here as well? Okay, let's go ahead, madam.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Nono from the African Development Bank. My question is, has there been any private sector, public sector model in terms of transport where I'm looking at railways in Africa? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So do we have a model that we can look at, a best practice we can turn to in terms of public and private sector participation around rail? And the final question, please, here in the front. Thank you very much, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Quick question. So with the gap, 60 to 100 billion rand infrastructure gap, why do we see the private sector wanting to take over existing assets instead of putting in new assets from the state-owned entities? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So what informs the private sector's appetite for existing assets versus investing in new assets? So Adonia, I think you've got your work cut out for you, and would love to give you an opportunity to work through those questions, and then we'll see if we wrap up the session from there. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So I think I'll just work as they came. So on the first question, we did drill down on this quite a bit. And I think the thing that stood out to us was the ports seem to be the more, sorry for using a simplistic term, easier sector to attack from a private sector perspective, right? There's a long track record of successful PPPs in the port space, and we feel private sector capital is just more able to take or digest the risks in those in that space, compared to more challenging areas. And again, it varies across markets. So if you're looking West Africa, you're seeing a more tricky or a trickier road PPP frameworks, right? We haven't had many successes there, or in recent times, versus ports which tend to be easier for private sector to digest all around. I think if, with permission, I'll group the last 2 together. And in terms of the public-private sector models we're seeing in the rail space, one we're seeing quite a bit happening in the Lobito corridor, the first phase and the second phase, and I believe FDB is playing a major role in the Lobito 2 corridor. So there is some precedence in the making, we think. AFC is also participating in that as a developer of the project. So we do think there is a sort of viable path to making a PPP successes in the rail sector. And on the question of new versus existing, what we try to do there is mainly think about how to close that gap, right? Like, I mean, the premise is a lot of this infrastructure does not exist. So the question of taking over versus building anew, it has to be a bit of both. There is some efficiency pickup from operating existing inefficient assets, but there is a lot of capital that has to go into building new connections. And we're seeing that in things like Lobito. We're also seeing that in East Africa as well. And I think South Africa is also on that path to looking at the balance between expanding capacity and building efficiencies in existing capacity. So, yes.
Thank you very much. Do I have a last burning question? Anybody who feels that they would be wrong done by if they didn't get the microphone? Scanning, yes. So we have one final question. If I can get the microphone back to the gentleman in the front, please. Middle, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Keynote, go for it.
Actually, not a question, but to further support his answers.
Yes.
I mean, why ports and not the others? the other sectors. It's also because of the global connectivity of ports. It's about really a system of distribution of cargo driven really by global operators. So very comfortable to move into the point, the points within Africa where it makes sense. So this is where really having hub ports like Lome are really part of that global interconnectivity, so very comfortable to really have private operators move into that. Whereas with airports, with roads, it's more really about national systems. So I think that's one of the reasons. And along the same lines, you also have global operators very comfortable expanding, whether it's the DP World, the Abu Dhabi, and the others. They're very comfortable expanding because, and then even groups like HEL now that are part of really a shipping, dynasty. So that's what I wanted to add to the first question. The second one, in terms of new versus old, I actually think it's not one or the other. It depends on the situation. So if you're looking at open access on railway, of course, they're going to leverage the existing railway asset, but they're going to bring in new rolling stock or leverage leasing platforms to really bring more operational efficiency. It's not really a capital, story. But don't forget, one of the things, we're looking at now is what we call infrastructure asset recycling. So if you've already invested in the asset, then you can actually monetize the asset to get proceeds to go further expand the infrastructure play. So all of these PPPs, whether it's new capital, old capital, recycling capital, it's all about really bringing in more capital, expanding the network, and improving operations and efficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keynote. And ladies and gentlemen, can we give Adonia Wilcox a big round of applause as well? Thank you, Adonia. So I'm going to take this moment to tease him a little bit. So as I was standing next to Adonia, I happened to look at the notes that he had scribbled on the notepad, and he'd written his last thing on his note was Mr. Keynote, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. So I'm not sure whether that means, oh, good that he's asking a question or a comment, or, oh no, here comes Mr. Keynote. But it was beautiful to see, and thank you so much, Adonia, for building on what Advocate Phillips had shared with us. As she set the scene, you came and she gave us the skeleton, and you put the muscle behind that skeleton for us to really understand the challenge that, of course, is inherent in itself, the opportunity for us. And we're slightly ahead of time, which is fantastic because it's going to allow us to have a little bit more engagement in this session that we're going to start now. This session is called a spotlight session. It's a spotlight conversation. It is an opportunity for us to really elevate the threads of what we've been hearing this morning, and that is the question of private sector participation. And the team that is going to be joining me up on stage for this conversation, you will see, is primarily a Transnet team here to talk about the what, the how, the why of private sector participation and how it's going to look against their strategy and their turnaround strategy and recovery strategy, and more importantly, how this allows us to reduce the cost of doing business, to ensure, of course, that we're enabling security of supply and that we are truly and honestly leveraging the private sector. Once again, I'm going to invite you to please come into this conversation with questions and comments as we go through it. So please help me welcome onto the stage Madame Nontogozo Hatebe, the General Manager looking after strategy and planning at Transnet. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up, please. Thank you very much. Allow me to also call Mr. Kape Pasha Muhlaka, the Chief Executive for Transnet Properties. Mr. Pasha Muhlaka, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Allow me to call Madame Yolisa Kani to kindly please join us on stage. She is, of course, Chief Business Development Officer at Transnet. And last but not least, allow me to welcome Mr. Pandelani Munyai, Chief Information Officer at Transnet. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Yes, we're going to do very gender diverse, so thank you very much for locating yourselves correctly. If I can invite you to please take that seat, Mr. Munyai. Nontokoza, I'm going to actually start off with you, because I think everybody in the room would agree that the idea of private sector participation is not a new idea. It's certainly not new to Transnet, but not new broadly when we're looking at large infrastructure projects. What is the core focus, if you could summarize for us, of the recovery plan for Transnet? How does that position Transnet for future competitiveness? But more importantly, what is the role of the private sector in all of this?
Okay, thank you and good morning, everyone that is here. All protocol observed. I heard there was quite a long protocol. Let me just say a protocol observed. And thank you so much for the opportunity to come and share the perspective on Transnet's strategy, yes, but more so the private sector participation. I have to say that there are a number of statements. We are on the news every day about Transnet, the state of our organization. You'll hear statements like any improvement or significant improvement in Transnet will result in about a 5% increase in GDP.
Yep.
There's 200 billion required to reinstate our assets. We hear statements or pronouncement that there are job losses in some of the mines attributed to our performance. We also hear that there's probably more than 50 million tons that is on the road, which is supposed to be on rail.
Yeah.
Most of it is quite true. We're not gonna, we can debate the figures and the numbers, etc. But what we take out of it is that we need to improve the current performance at Transnet, which is because we've seriously lost quite a number of volumes.
Yeah.
Both on rail, but also from the terminals perspective, ports and terminals now going via other routes other than our ports. So that's what we take out of it. And that is the key focus of our recovery plan. That's the first part of it. And it's in the significant areas of the economy, the mining, the agriculture, and the manufacturing, the areas that we really need to intervene in. There are a number of growth opportunities which I'm going to talk to. Then the second part, it's not just to fix for the sake of restating the status quo.
Yeah.
These sectors need to grow. The economy needs to grow. And that in most instances will require significant capital investments, which it's not a secret, our financial position does not allow us at this point in time to have such significant investment through our balance sheet. So therefore we cannot do it alone.
Yeah.
And that is where we see the role of private sector, which we had identified, not now, when we were building this strategy, even 2 or 3 years ago. We said, let's bring in the private sector to help us with the recovery plan, and we've seen some significant achievements. We were working with the private sector in the areas of security measures in our lines, procurement, deployment of critical equipment in our ports to improve the efficiencies where we can. But as indicated, we do need the private sector in terms of capital investments, where we need serious capital investments, particularly to grow capacity in our value chain, be it rail or as well as ports and terminals. But also the know-how. Things have changed on how logistics used to work previously to the modernizations that we have to consider, particularly for the terminals. That's the area where we see private sector benefiting us. And also access to markets. In some instances, there's particularly for they are controlled, some of the routes are controlled by the shipping lines. So you have to think of partnerships to also open up access to market and close the gap. The value chain is quite wide. There are areas where we are good at Transnet, but there are areas where other players can do it better. So in a nutshell, that is how we are bringing in private sector into our strategy.
Nontokozo, thank you very much. I mean, you've also spoken to the second question which I wanted to bring to you, which was, what are the opportunities? And I think you've done an excellent job of outlining that. But I do want to go back to, you spoke about a number of headlines that are coming up. One headline that you didn't speak about is the headline that says, this is the privatization of Transnet. So let's clarify that. Is this the privatization of Transnet?
It depends. For some people, it's semantics, privatization or private sector collaboration, and I probably am not going to go into that, but maybe just explain a bit better our intent.
Yeah.
Our intent is not necessarily to take all our assets into private sector, but remain active as much as possible in the operations of the business. So that is how we have sort of defined it. Because some people saying, as long as someone is taking stake in your business, that's privatization. It might be partial privatization or what's not. But some cases in South Africa of full privatization will be the areas like ISCO,
right,
Telkom, where we know the state has fully divested or has little or less equity in those businesses. But our intent is to retain as much as possible, and be still key role players without really losing our fabric as Transnet in the operations. But also there are a number of collaborations. It's not just private. It's not just equity. There are management and contracts. There are concessions.
Yeah.
I'm also happy that Dr. Solomon, in his remarks, he spoke about financing. That's also collaboration.
Yes.
The DFIs and similar institutions bringing alternative financing measures for the infrastructure. So it's not just equity.
I'm keen to move to Mr. Kape, but before I go there, I don't want us to miss some significant points that you've made. You've highlighted mining, agriculture, and manufacturing as some of the sectors that are top of the radar. We've spoken to the opportunities around, security, procurement, deployment, capital, know-how in terms of logistics, access to markets, a value chain that is wide and where there's opportunities for everyone to come in and optimize with their strengths. I suppose where I'm going with this question is, what is the thinking around how will you identify your strategic partners as you think about really bringing these PSPs to life?
And I have to admit, having worked on a number of them, they are very complex and requires quite a robust process to deal with them. We've had learnings for days, which we can share some other time.
Yeah.
But what we have done, and also we are a regulated entity as an SOE, so you have to comply with a number, you have to jump the number of hoops and loops just to protect the integrity of the process, not just for the sake of it. So what we have done is we have developed what we call it's a joint investment and external partner selection framework as Transnet approved by board.
Yeah.
Which outlines how we partner to protect the process. And the intention really is just to ensure that there is a good reason for the private sector player. There's a value creation for Transnet, for our customers. There's no impact on Transnet as a group. So there are detailed financial models and business cases and optioneering, different options that are done to get to those decisions. But there are due diligence processes that needs to be done on potential partners, identifying all possible legal and reputational risks. So that is what we use as our framework. But we also learn as we work with the institutions like AFDB, IDC, DVSA, they've been doing these things for quite some time. They also share how we can do it best.
Thank you very much. And I think it makes a lot of sense to hear you speaking to how those guardrails allow everybody to be focused on the same intent, which is, of course, value addition at the end of the day. Mr. Patla Matlaka, let me bring you into the conversation, because oftentimes when we change how we engage with the external environment, it also sometimes means there needs to be an internal reconfiguration to ensure that we are fit for purpose to do that. So my question to you is, from an organizational architecture perspective, what are some of the changes that Transnet has either already started with or is planning to undergo to ensure that you are able to meet the demand of private sector participation?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll talk to two things, perhaps yes. From a group point of view. As Nono has already indicated, there is a committee, for instance, internal committee that looks into the PSPs and sort of look at how we can take them and move them forward, whether they meet the criteria that we have established through the GEPS process that he's referred to ensure that, and obviously in this life, everybody feels entitled to partner with especially state-owned companies. And they can complain about many things, but we need to go deep to check whether do they qualify in line with our requirements.
Right.
And they start then the committee that is looking into that from a group point of view. And also, from a TP or transit property point of view, what we do is we said we cannot put out everything and call it a PSP.
Right.
What are those opportunities and or those frameworks that we can put in place to say this is what from a TP point of view we're going to look at? And for instance, we said we were looking at it from two spheres. One is development leases. Now, we will put into the market development leases opportunities where third parties can come in and apply, and we will advertise, and the third parties or the private sector can apply to lease some of our properties in a long term.
Sure.
But then there is a process organizationally to ensure that the development leases are adjudicated in a different way, not like the normal leases. Then we've got what we call a Swiss challenge, or commonly known as Swiss challenge. It's an alternative method also of procurement, wherein you have people that before you go out to the market, they have already identified certain opportunities and they come to you and give you unsolicited bids.
Right.
How then do you adjudicate unsolicited bids? These are some of the things that previously, before the PSP framework was introduced, we did not have. Now we brought them into the table to make sure that we have a sort of uniformity, but at the same time an open and fair process that can be properly audited to ensure that it achieves what we want to achieve.
So I'm certainly learning new things today. A Swiss challenge. I've never heard about that before, but such an interesting way of ensuring that blind spots that we might have internally of not being able to see those opportunities in the value chain, that we create a pathway for others to come with unsolicited bids to say, herein lies an opportunity that we've seen. And of course, as you're speaking about an internal committee that has been empowered to really look at who qualifies and what exactly qualifies as a PSP, because this is not a catch-all, if I'm hearing you correctly. Before I move on to Madam Kani, just a final question. In light of everything that you've shared with me, Mr. Patla Motlaka, from a Transnet Properties perspective, what are the low-hanging fruit, immediate opportunities that you can see that say, well, this is certainly where we can expect an accelerated participation of the private sector?
We have identified and got board to approve 30 properties throughout the country, land opportunities that we are taking out to the market. I think that is a few months ago when they approved, we already had about 6 of them in the market, advertised, and they are in different stages of adjudication. But our target is to get all these 30 out into the market. That is pure development leases, long-term leases, 25-plus leases, wherein a third party would come with their proposals that will meet the requirements and the needs of Transnet operations, and then we partner with them through that period. And secondly, we have also identified about 22 other, what we call pure PSPs.
Yes.
Now, in these ones, now the difference between the 30 and the 22 is that the 30, we give you a long-term lease. When you develop what you want to develop and you pay as rental, when that period ends, then the property, the land and the development reverts to Transnet.
Okay.
Now, we have not sold Transnet properties, contrary to popular belief that we are privatizing it.
Yeah.
They still remain in the ownership of Transnet. And the 22 is where Transnet and third parties will partner in equity.
Got you.
And Transnet will put in the land and or the property as a contribution towards that structure. And SPV will be created, owned by both parties. We leverage on the private sector's ability to raise funding, to bring in development management expertise, and continuous day-to-day management of the property. And that one is ownership in perpetuity.
Thank you very much. And listening to the pipeline really sounds like not only is a lot of work that's undergoing, but there's a lot of opportunity that's opening up. And I thank you for also clarifying the difference between the 30 and the 22, because I think part of this conversation is to bring light to a lot of, questions or statements that we might not have had the clarity on. So let me then bring yourself, Madam Kani, into the conversation, because as Mr. Phahla Mahlaka talks about long-term leases versus equity configurations and arrangements, it brings LeaseCo into the spotlight. What is LeaseCo? How did the idea or the concept of LeaseCo come about, and what is going to be the impact of LeaseCo?
Thank you, Nozipo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Agwaba. Good question. And when Dr. Kino spoke about the interest that they have in the development of the LeaseCo, my mind went, Mr. Kino, exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Contrary to popular belief, the conceptualization of our LeaseCo had nothing to do with the rail reform. No. It was at the back of the studies that were done on the North-South corridor. I mean, it was the World Bank together with the NEPAD Foundation that they had done various studies just to get to the nub of what is it that can be done to unlock that corridor for its true potential. A couple of things came out of that. There's obviously the conditions of the various infrastructure networks across the 8 countries. There was also the fragmented approach to the customers. But most importantly, which we thought was a very low-hanging fruit, was the absence of rolling stock to cater for that demand. And I say this all the time, with the infrastructure in its current state, that corridor does less than 500,000 tons.
Sure.
And it could double in its current state without fixing anything. So we then looked at what then can be done with the corridor to enable it to reach its full potential, and that's when we conceptualized the idea of ring-fencing rolling stock specifically for the corridor. We engaged the 5 railway authorities in the 6 countries, and we all came to one conclusion that the quickest thing we can do is to drive the volumes on the corridor. That would then strengthen, not too much, but it would certainly strengthen the constrained balance sheets of the 5 countries. And then with time, you start raising the capital at the back of the revenues and the take-or-pay from the mining customers to then look into the infrastructure. And again, if I may add, the very same studies, what came out of that is that the projected demand on the corridor by 2030 is sitting at 16 million tons per annum.
Sure.
And this is at the back of the Africa Free Trade Agreement. That's number one. Further to that, we then did a calculation, and we thought if we were to get to 60 million tons by 2030, you would need about 30,000 wagons for that corridor alone. So that's the X we're solving for,
Sure.
Nosipo. What the rail reform did, it then expanded the market to the domestic market. And to Nonto's point, she's saying there's 50 million tons that cannot be accounted for on the rail network, and that is what it has unleashed over and above the 6 million tons that we are talking about in 2030. So what do we have in mind? We know for a fact, and Nonto has touched on this, is that the game changer for intra-Africa trade is the migration of cargo from road to rail. We do have a surplus fleet that is currently parked, which is what we call our B fleet, which is obviously not our new generation. And the idea is to use that B fleet and get into a joint venture partnership with a private sector partner.
Yeah.
And all that we're looking for from this private sector partner obviously is capital to refurbish.
Yes.
We're looking for skills in terms of running a lease company. We are in the business of leasing a rolling stock. We have a relationship with Zambia, Zimbabwe, and in some cases we sell it. But I think a private sector partner that has extensive experience in that regard would also add to the experience that we have. But most importantly, we're also looking for agility. When you procure as government, there are two things that stand against you.
Yeah.
It's the hoops and the loops that you have to jump because of the PPPFA, one.
Yeah.
And secondly, the cost of procuring as government is far more expensive than private sector. So essentially, we're looking for those three things, and we are hoping, Nozipo, that all things being equal, because right now we're in the process of developing a bankable feasibility study. Towards the end of the year, December, January, we'll then go out to the market to then invite whoever has the know-how and the capabilities to join us as a partner.
And I think what you've shared is just really incredible, because what you've also done is you've not only spoken about LeaseCo, but the impact of the regulation, the change in the regulatory environment, and what that's done. So I'm not going to double click on that. Where I want to go is to perhaps ask you, what are the lessons that Transnet is carrying forward, mindful of the fact that private sector participation has not been new? What have we learned from previous attempts? And how are we leveraging those lessons to really make sure that this PSP strategy is absolutely optimized and really delivers on Transnet's mandate?
Yeah. Look, sometimes, I suppose we have to sometimes get out of our box and understand what the market wants, not what we want. Because that's when we get responsive bids. The first thing we've had to do is to just take a step back and look at what is it that the market wants, where are the gaps, but most importantly, what role do we want to play in this? I mean, I'm not shy to say that Transnet has got a vast technical experience, but we are challenged financially. So that's not our strength in this particular relationship. Those are the most important things for us, Nozipo, just to understand what we're bringing to the table. But most importantly as well, just to better understand what we're solving for. I've spoken to the numbers, we're busy verifying them. But I mean, we're not the only ones that would want to play in that space, I suppose, because what the rail reform does, it will open an opportunity for other private sector companies to play in the space of being train operators on the very same network that is currently being run by TFR.
Understanding clearly what the market wants, and of course I don't want to miss your earlier point that I want to underscore, the agility and the ability to unlock or make use of the opportunity in the lifetime of the opportunity. And I think that's really important in what you've highlighted. So, Mr. Munyai, let me come to you. I'm going to put a few questions to you, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience so that we can just get a little bit of engagement, get some questions and reaction to some of what we've heard here on stage. From a chief information officer perspective, I want to go back to, I think it was Mr. Keynote who spoke about, we need to be rethinking the integration of regional corridors and the extent to which they can carry fiber, as an example. The question to you is, how will the private sector participate in the fiber PSP? And in your view, what role do you expect them to play?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Nosipo. From where I see it, when we talk about the concept of connecting Africa, the starting point should be a traditional one, where it says you cannot appease the gods, if you don't have the firstborn and the lastborn. So
let's just repeat that. I feel like we're going to miss that. You cannot appease the gods unless you have the firstborn and the lastborn. So unpack, what does that mean?
Yes. So what I'm trying to say in this concept here is, they know last year this concept or this conference didn't go well because there was no concept about connecting in terms of using fiber or any ICT. So this year they realized that they need the enabler, which is fiber. So fiber is very important to realize the goal of connecting Africa. So what we are saying now here is, in this concept, we need the private sector in the sense that Transnet as a whole has realized the importance of making sure that we invest in fiber. And we've made huge amounts of investments to the extent that where we sit now, we are realizing that we are only using 55% of what has been invested on the ground.
Sure.
So we're now saying that the private sector has got the ways and the means in which they can enable us to realize our goals. And secondly, we are also realizing the fact that the fiber that we have now, which is very important in terms of providing connection, has already reached 83%, closer to end of life.
Sure.
So we need lots of amounts, money, to invest into upgrading this fiber infrastructure that we have. And we can only achieve this with the help of the private sector. And then maybe perhaps just to go back to the question that you raised earlier on in terms of, are you privatizing?
Yes.
We had so many questions from the private sector and even from the public where they were saying, are you really selling the state's asset? Are you getting rid of it? So we are not. What we are saying is we've got the assets, but the assets that we have are not fully utilized.
Yeah.
Even to the extent of making sure that we even support our own businesses. We are not able to do that because we need a massive lot of money to invest and to upgrade our infrastructure. So we need the public sector to come to the fore and assist us with operating these investments that we have. And we believe that the private sector, like for example in South Africa, if you look at the likes of Vodacom, MTN, and all of those big companies that are there, they've got the experience and the know-how of operating the network infrastructure.
Yeah.
For us, our daily job is not to operate infrastructure in a way that we can make revenue out of it. But we are saying that private sector know how to make revenue out of that. So come and help us. So our intention is to use the network to deliver services to our company.
So what I'm hearing you saying is fiber as an enabler, optimizing the assets that we have, pulling in and crowding in the strengths of the private sector. But there's this language that the private sector speaks, and the language is called "What's in it for me?"
Yeah.
And so I'm very keen to hear how you have thought about the narrative around how all of these, and especially some of the examples that you've raised with us, will be of benefit to the private sector, so that there is a real crowding in of private sector participation.
Yeah. What's in for them is very simple. We are saying that we've got connections and fiber on the ground from Johannesburg to Bloemfontein, Cape Town, Durban, across the country, right? So for them, it's going to be very expensive to start laying down the fiber. And then more so from the point that they don't even have the way leaves or right of ways for them to start laying down the fiber. But Transnet has already done that work for them.
Yes.
So when they come in there, for them, they're just coming in to activate the service and to upgrade the fiber, which then allows them the footprint, which can allow them to start selling services to their customers in areas where they don't have any coverage.
And it's absolutely, such a strong narrative that I've heard throughout the entire panel, and that is shared value. Is the common language that I'm hearing is being spoken. So I'd love to open up to the audience. I'd love to I'm taking questions. Comments are also welcome. And I think it's a great opportunity to actually be in conversation with the Transnet executives here with me on stage. Do I have any hands or any comments? Yes, sir, I see your hand right in the front. Do I have another hand that we can queue up in the meantime? I'm going to scan for now. Please, to the gentleman, if I might ask you to please introduce yourself again, and a big welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you for accepting my question the second time around. My name is Ahmed Shaukat. I'm an industry specialist with the African Development Bank. My question really is on the open access. Having worked on a number of privatizations in different parts of the world, specifically, I'd like to get some sense on how would you or what are you looking at in terms of the private sector involvement, in the sense that would they be also required to upgrade the infrastructure where they operate? And second, would you also allow them to close stations which are non-productive areas. So let me just have these two specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shokets. And so I'm noting those. Will they be expected to upgrade the infrastructure, and can they close stations that they feel are not being fully optimized? Do I have another question, and then we'll take them as a group? Yes, please, sir. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simpiwe Yanchis from the DVSA. My question is just around Transnet's strategy going into the rest of the continent. I know sometimes when you experience some bumps along the way, you tend to focus inwards. But would like to hear more on the certain initiatives going into the rest of the continent, specific initiatives that are within the strategy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Simpiwe. So what are the specific initiatives that are outward-looking into the continent and not just inward-looking? I have another hand here in the front. Please, second row. If I can get the microphone. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much once again. Nkululeko Ngubane, living in SATV. I think my question is Advocate Kape. As a channel, we are very much invested in the rejuvenation of the city of Johannesburg. And I'm happy that the Premier, in his 7th administration, he did quote a lot of your investments that you are actually making in that space. But the question is there any plan on your side, now that you are staying? Carlton Center, we know that is getting revived, to collaborate with other property owners within the sector, because we interact with a lot of them, and they seem to be a yearning to actually have a bit of an ear and engage with Transnet, because there's no way that you'll revive that building without looking at the entire node. And the investment that you have, it's a significant investment. In fact, it's one of those landmarks that have made Johannesburg what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nkululeko. It's a great question. Is there scope to collaborate with other property owners as we think about the revival of certain nodes within the city? I want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone before I turn back to the panel. So I'm doing a quick scan. Yes, please, sir. And I'm notating the questions, so I will facilitate. Please go ahead. There's a microphone making its way to you.
Morning, thank you. My name is Zahi Sirka. I'm from Zarbon Coal. My question is, how can Transnet ensure that PPPs benefit the country as a whole and avoid being monopolized by a few powerful individuals or companies? And additionally, how can Transnet create a level playing field where smaller, less established players can also participate in the PPPs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how do we ensure that the PPP model is not only for a monopoly of a few, but actually we're creating space for smaller players and entities to also participate? Thank you very much for that question. So I'm going to close it out if I don't see any additional hands, and I'm going to turn back to the panel. And maybe, Mr. Kape, I'll start off with you, because there was a question that was specifically for you from Nkululeko on the revitalization of the city and the extent to which you're looking at opportunities to collaborate with other property owners.
Thank you, Nozipo, and thank you for the question, Nkululeko. Definitely, we are talking to a number of other property players in the CBD of Johannesburg. One, we're talking to the province, we're talking to the city, but also over and above that, people that are adjoining our properties. We're talking to HDA as an example for the conversion of the hotel into apartments. Yesterday we had a meeting with the PIC as an example to look into bringing them into refurbishment of the Carlton Center. We are building the new head office of Transnet at 96 Risick Street. Transnet is putting there just under 600 million, if I may say so, to refurbish the building, 120-year-old building, into an A-grade office park, together with the packet. And there, we also took into PRASA, who is adjoining us, to ensure that the precinct itself, you're just not going to have one good building in an area and the others are not looking good. Now, that is what we are doing. We sold 2 of properties next door to the City of Johannesburg Property Company to convert them into, they were dilapidated. They're going to be converting them into residential apartments. Now, we are very much open to have discussions with all other participants in the CBD of Johannesburg
Yes.
to make sure that it does not only become our duty or our properties, but also everybody else. And then we joined a grouping called Josie My Josie. That is looking at the cleaning of the City of Johannesburg.
Yeah.
And ensuring the robots are going to work, the traffic lights are going to work, and there's lighting in the Johannesburg. Now we're trying to collaborate with everybody. We're meeting a next door owner, OPH, in the next 2-3 weeks, so that we can say to them, the streets of around Carlton Center must be clean. How do we make sure that it becomes safe, it becomes clean, it becomes light?
Yeah.
In the
And such an iconic building, of course, in the skyline of what constitutes Johannesburg. Madam Nontokozo, let me just come to you with a question from Mr. Shokoth from the AFDB. And he's saying, I just want some clarity around the way we're thinking about this. When we're talking open access, does that come with an expectation that private sector players will have to upgrade the infrastructure that they want access to? And will they have the leeway to be able to close any stations or facilities that they think are not optimal? So all in all, what is the scope of open access really?
Okay, thanks. I will address it, but my panel members will also add, including our GCE there. Ideally, in terms of open access, we open the line, the train operating companies come in, they pay a particular tariff, which goes towards maintenance and operations of the line. But I did mention that we do have a significant backlog in terms of infrastructure, maintenance and restoration. So definitely there will be opportunities and expectations of the private sector coming in and assisting us in restoration, and particularly the upgrade of certain lines to accommodate the growth. Some parts of it would have been issued on the principles as when we were issuing the network statement, but we do have to do it corridor by corridor and identify the needs of each and every corridor, what needs to be done. Is it a restoration? Is it an upgrade? What is the framework that we can bring in the private sector to assist? Picking up on the question of the PPP, PPP in terms of not monopolizing the lines, because you have to also take that into consideration that not only one commodity flows in a particular line, so you also don't want to say you have a carte blanche, upgrade, close the stations, and then it impacts on other flows that are on the line. But definitely it is something that will be a part of the opportunities to assist us in restoration and upgrades.
Thank you so much. Madam Kani, let me bring you on. One, you're nodding as Madam Nontokozo is speaking, so I'm keen to hear your addition to that. But I'm also keen to hear your voice on the PPP question, because I think the question comes from a historical experience to say that we've elevated PPPs, but when you begin to unpack them, there seems to be a monopolizing of these partnerships. Your comments on that, and then Mr. Munyaya, I want to come to you on the question of whether we're looking too inwards and whether we have a strategy for Africa, but to you, Madam, first.
All right, I mean, let me amplify what Nontokozo is saying by just helping people understand that we've built a lot of governance structures within the organization. One such a framework is what we call the Joint Investment External Partner Selection Process. So if anyone feels that they have the ability to come with an innovative solution to solve some of our problems, they're more than welcome to share it with us, provided there's no IP. We evaluate it, it goes through various structures. Is it aligned to our strategy? That's number one. Does it help us solve our problems in terms of serving our customers? And thirdly, does it generate revenue for Transnet? And then it so goes up until that point, we then are out in the market to look for a partner. those processes are quite rigorous because to Nondokozo's point, these are very complex transactions.
Yes.
We've missed a lot of steps and we've learned a lot of lessons. What is of importance is that when we go out to the market, we'd like to get it right the first time. And one of the things we wouldn't want to be caught in is a situation where it is alleged that some of these transactions are being monopolized, one, by people that have close relationships with us, or that they are being ring-fenced for a particular sector.
Yes.
So we do have very strong governance structures that take care of that up until the point where the board approves. But to also come to the point, each one brings a different strength to the party. It doesn't matter the size of the organization, like I said. If you have demonstrated in your submission that you have the capabilities, we're good to go. And also, this is a government-owned entity, so transformation is a very big part of the role that we play. Once Pandelani has responded to the question, I'd like to then amplify on our role in Africa.
Fantastic. And I think that's a great transition to come to you, Pandelani, because one of the things you spoke about when you speaking about fiber, you was talking about, fiber that connects Joburg to Durban, to all of these places internally within South Africa. And the question that is coming from Simpiwa is saying, have we forgotten about our strategic intent towards the continent? What's your response to that?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. The strategy obviously is connecting Africa. So
yes.
Fiber, as you know, or in the past, we used to connect Africa using satellite. So where we sit now, we are saying everywhere we've got footprints going to the neighboring countries, we need to make sure that our fiber is modernized to the extent that we should provide full connectivity. So we are not only focusing inward, we are also focusing outward to make sure that at least we connect and communicate with the rest of Africa. But I think I must also touch on the issue of, are we not monopolizing?
Yes.
Or are we not creating a monopoly of some sort where if we go to these transactions, you will find that the big ones like Vodacom, MTN are the ones that are destined to get these tenders or these partnerships. We are saying that if you look at the maintenance work that is required all over where our railway lines passes, you will see that we pass across rural and poor villages.
Yes.
And in those areas, we want to enable entrepreneurs to make sure that any maintenance work that is required to maintain our infrastructure, we are enforcing it across all partners that we have to say that make sure that people who are going to maintain an infrastructure are the people who are residing in those areas. These, by the way, we are putting it as a condition
yes.
to avoid the monopoly that we are talking about.
Fantastic. And did you want to add to that?
Yes. Simpiwa, to answer your question, Transnet has been disrupted in a good way. It has, I suppose, it has made us think about how else do we grow our business, and the continent is one of those markets that we are obviously looking at. We do have an approved Africa strategy, which was approved by our board. What we are mindful of as well is that what is our strength and capability when we go into the continent, because some of these projects are capital extensive and we don't have that capital. So as you know, we're very much a part of SA Inc., where we bring our technical expertise. That's what we bring in the ports and the rail space. There are two particular projects that I'd like to mention. Currently, we are in a joint development agreement with Botswana Rail on the development of the Liphalale-Mababulo line, which is a 110-kilometer railway line that will link the mines in Botswana to our ports in South Africa. We've just concluded the feasibility. We're moving on to the next. And I believe the Swatini Rail is the same. The team has just concluded feasibility of that particular line. Again, we're linking Eswatini to South Africa. And I've already mentioned the North-South corridor. But in short, we look at a project, we do an assessment of what we can bring, and certainly we are open for business in the continent.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, because one of the things that I love to do, and some of the colleagues from the AFDB will remember this, is to put my panelists on the spot. And I'm not going to give it up. So this is what we're going to do. I would like for you to think of a billboard, and the billboard starts with the following words: we're open for business, and you get to complete the sentence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what typically happens at this point is that the most confident look me dead in the eye. So Nontokozo, I see, oh, there they go, looking away. And those who look away oftentimes is because they want as much thinking time as possible before I get to them with their billboard. So I'm going to be fair. And I'm actually going to start where I started. And I'm going to work my way back. And Mr. Munya, you're going to take us home with your billboard. Now, please remember, it's not an executive summary. It's not a deal report or any of these assets that you work with. It's a billboard. It's sharp, it's short, it's concise, it's less than 10 words. And it starts off with, we're open for business. So, Nontokozo, we're open for business?
Yes, and thank you for the spotlight and literally those lights.
So these are the tactics that you will see in terms of buying some time, and they work sometimes and sometimes they don't. But,
okay, but
let's try again. Yes. We're open for business.
We're open for business. When Transnet works, South Africa works. It's not just a slogan, it's true. Yeah, definitely we thank for the collaboration we've had to this date. Looking forward for more collaboration in a more structured way.
So what's happening is that we're putting this billboard on some rail infrastructure, so it's going to move across. But I think the essence of it is we're open for business. When Transnet works, South Africa and Africa works. Let's give Nontokozo Hadebe a big round of applause, please. Let me come to you, please, sir. We're open for business, Mr. Kape.
We're open for business. Let's build South Africa together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're open for business. Let's build South Africa together. Thank you very much. Madam Kadi, we're open for business?
To build the Africa we want.
Oh, very good. To build the Africa that we want. Now, Mr. Manya, the consequence of going last is that it has to be better than everybody else's. It has to be the strongest one that we can find. And all my media colleagues, I can see the cameras are out, and they're really waiting for the headline that they're going to use in the news tonight. So, we're open for business?
Let's connect Africa.
Let's connect Africa. Very clever. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nozi. A massive round of applause to my panelists. One more time, please, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to thank you for your questions and your participation. It's been absolutely fantastic. We're going to transition now into a very special part of our program before we take our tea break, and that is going to be the signing of the loan agreement between the African Development Bank and the Transnet Group. I'm going to invite Advocate Michelle Phillips, of course, as well as Mr. Solomon Keynote, who are both going to take a seat in the front as we facilitate the signing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask everybody else if we could please hold our seats. Thank you very much. Let's hold our seats in acknowledgement and respect of this moment. We are going to take a tea break immediately after this. I also want to ask the following people to be on standby, because we're going to very quickly take a photograph as soon as the signing is done. I know that the teams are going to assist with the signing ceremony. So in the meantime, the following people to please be on the edge of their seats, because they're going to join us very shortly for a family photograph on the stage. From the Transnet side, I'm going to I see Mr. Andre Pillay is already up front. We're also going to invite Madame Monica Mutlawung, Acting Deputy Treasurer, to join us. I'm going to call back the board chair of TNPA, Mr. T.P. Choncho. I'm going to ask the following Transnet board members to be on standby: Madame Refilwe Buthelezi and Madame Boitumelo Sedupani, to please be on standby for me to call on you to join us in the photograph. And then from the AFDB side, joining Mr. Kano, I'm going to ask Madame Leila Mukadem to please be on standby, Mr. Kennedy Mbekiani, Mr. Mike Salau. I'm going to ask Mr. Zerfu Tesema to also please be on standby, Madame Tad Wada, to please be on standby, Mr. Pointer Chiningere, Madam Acha Nono, and Mr. Muzi Kubeka to kindly please be on standby. As that photo moment is taking place, thank you very much. And I'm going to just, now may I ask all the names that I've called on to please join us on stage. I'm going to invite us to occupy the level where I am standing as well. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And might I please ask the protocol team to move the flags up onto the stage. Mr. Keynote, Advocate Phillips, if you can join me on the third step. And all the people that I've just called out, can you please join us on stage? So you'll stay on this step. Thank you, madam. Just right here. Thank you very much. In the center next to each other. Mr. Pillay, please join us. Madam Mutlaung, please join us. Mr. Choncho, please join us. Madam Refilwe Buthelezi, Madam Boitumelo, thank you very much. Madam Leila, thank you. I see you on stage. Thank you very much. Mr. Kennedy Mbekiana, Mr. Mike Salau. Oh, there you are, sir. Mr. Zefu Tesema, please join us, sir. Madam Tad Wada, Mr. Chiwingere, Madam Acha Nono, and Mr. Muzi Kubeka. Ladies and gentlemen, as the family photograph is taking place, allow me to make a very quick announcement. We are going to be breaking for tea in the next 1 minute at 11:15. I'm going to invite us to take a 30-minute tea break and to be back and seated at 11:45. Whilst you're out, please do enjoy the digital exhibition, which I know is also going to be out in the foyer, and please take the time to enjoy your tea and coffee. Let's allow the picture to be taken. Let's give a round of applause before we depart from the room. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Big smiles for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you at 11:45. Thank you very much. Please do enjoy your tea break.
Your Master of Ceremonies, Miss Nozipo Chabalala.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Always with such grace and excitement. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, as you make your way back into the room, might I kindly ask that we quickly locate our seats. You're more than welcome to grab your tea and coffee and your side plate and bring it to your seating. That is more than permissible. Our first panel for the Connecting Africa Conference is standing by, and I'd love your full attention so that I might introduce the moderator of this panel. This is a conversation, ladies and gentlemen, that is looking at rail developments and the role of the private sector in rail reform. To moderate this conversation, I've got standing by Mr. Kudzanayi Bangure, who's the head of the infrastructure division at the NEPAD Business Foundation. He comes into this conversation with 16 years of experience in infrastructure development, in project restructuring, as well as in projects surrounding and concerned with regional integration. Can we give Kudzanayi a big round of applause as he comes up? Thank you very much. Have I lost Kudzanayi? I was just with him 2 seconds ago. Kudzanayi, are you in the room? I am checking. Mr. Kudzanayi Bangure, are you back in the room with us? All right, so while we're waiting for Kudzanayi, maybe he's just stepped out, allow me just to also extend this very quick announcement. On the back of this panel discussion, we're going to go into a second panel discussion, which is going to be focused on enabling freight logistics through rolling stock initiatives and the manufacturing center of excellence. The panelists for that are already standing by, but if you are not yet mic'd up, for that panel, might I invite you to kindly please go to the back and make sure that you've got your microphone on. Kudzanayi is back. Let's give him a big round of applause as he comes up. Thank you very much. The technical team's already throwing me off stage and switching off my microphone. Kudzanayi is going to introduce his panel and get us on the road on the conversation. But time permitting, Kudzanayi, if we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience, and let's see how it goes. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kudzanayi Bangure. I head up the infrastructure program at the NEPAD Business Foundation. We've been doing some of the work that was spoken about in the earlier panel by Yolisa around the North-South Rail Corridor. And I can see some of our key sponsors and supporters are also here. I saw the colleagues from Grindrod. Obviously, Transnet is a key stakeholder of ours. So just a big thank you to Transnet for sponsoring this event. A big thank you to Advocate Michelle Phillips. Big thank you to Yolisa Kani, to the whole Transnet executive team, the board, and everyone that has come for the discussion that we have today. So we've got an interesting panel that we have today. It's focused on rail developments and the role of private sector in rail sector reform. I'm going to bring up my panel so that we can get started. So we've got Judith Magabe. He is the interim commercial lead for Transnet Freight Rail Infrastructure Manager, the TRIM. Judith, if you can please come up. And we've also got Anand Modilla. He's a permanent member of the African Railway Industry Association. If you can please come up as well, Anand, and take a seat maybe closer to me here, and then we can get started.
You want me close? So
you can sit here.
Thank you.
Perfect, yeah. Right. So thanks everyone for joining us for this discussion. We have the privilege of going first. So I've already asked our program director if I can have more time because we've got a lot to get through. But let's see how we go. I think the purpose of today's panel really is we want to use this as an opportunity to reflect on what has been done thus far. So what work has been done so far in terms of the rail sector reform. So think of it as a dipstick, just to see where we are, both from a Transnet perspective, a government perspective, and a private sector perspective. As we all know, the role of private sector is to assist us in bringing in the much-needed capital for investment to bring our infrastructure back to design capacity, dealing with emergency rehabilitation that's required. And it's also critical for private sector to bring in that cutting-edge technology, the know-how, the efficiencies that we need. I think global competitiveness is a key element of what we need to aspire to do as a country. And that's what private sector needs to do. But alongside that, there needs to be the space for government to continue to do its role in terms of its mandates around job creation, industrialization, in ensuring that you can create the capacity to actually allow the economy to grow. So those are the general themes that we want to cover. I thought it would be useful, just as a point of departure, just to cover some of the key milestones that we have noted within the context of rail sector reform, just to sort of set the scene before I then dive into the discussion with my panel. So I'll flag a couple of those key milestones. We can start with March 2022, when Cabinet approved the White Paper on National Rail Policy. I think that was a key milestone. Then Transnet continued, and some would argue had already started the process of bringing in and crowding in private sector. Lots of initiatives that took place, the initial pilot process for third-party access, that took on a life of its own. It had its own successes, it had its own challenges, and its own learnings as well. One could reflect on the East London Kroonstad initiative as an example, or the container slots initiative. And then there's, of course, in the background, work that has been going on in terms of the vertical separation, apportionment of debt, everything around accounting separation, addressing human resources issues as well from a Transnet perspective. November 2023 was also pivotal. This is when the TRIM was established, and we'll get some perspectives from Judith today. Q1 2024, this is when Transnet then published the network statement, and we want to go into some of the technical detail around the network statement today. And then going on into Q2, Transnet then received a lot of feedback from private sector on the draft network statement. And then as we speak, we're now looking forward to publication of the final network statement and the proposed tariff methodology. And as I understand it, it should be coming in end of this month. So it'd be interesting just to get some perspectives from Judith on that. And there's a lot more that's been happening in the background. As an example, the Luxembourg Protocol was signed in 2022. I think it was mentioned in the earlier panel as well. So in terms of the approach for the panel, we want to start off just with some local perspectives. So we will start with Judith, just to start with some local reflections. And then we want to go into some of the regional reflections as well. I think the other thing we want to do is we want to cover some specific topics. So I'll start with some broad questions around just your thoughts, but then we want to go into some specifics on, hot topic issues like tariffs, what your thoughts are on that. We want to touch on regulation as well. We want to go a bit into the technical. Some of it was already reflected on in the earlier panel around the infrastructure, the state of the infrastructure. And then we want to give some time for the audience to also come in and provide some questions. So maybe just to start, Judith, and I'll start with you, and this is sort of a general opening statement that you can provide, and please be as brief as possible. What is your take on where we are in terms of rail sector reform, specifically from the TRIM's perspective? If you can reflect on things like the accounting separation, apportionment of debt, functions of the TRIM, and more specifically, maybe if you can just give us a flavor of what has been working and what has not been working. What are the lessons that you've already unearthed so far in this journey of rail sector reform?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues, and Kutanai, thanks for the opportunity and also allowing me to proceed on the protocol that was already established. In terms of the progress, I think over the last 8 months, we have seen the acceleration of the rail reform and supported by all structures of Transnet, including the group executives, by creating a steering committee to advise on the rail reform, where you'll find that on a number of situations, we sought that advice. But most importantly is the journey that we went through. When we published the network statement in March, as you have already alluded to, and the stakeholder consultation on the basis of the document that Transnet published and that was adopted by the by the IREC and the Department of Transport. And from that point, we continue to engage with the Department of Transport through letters and workshops. But 4 critical milestones, one being the publication of the network statement, the workshop that we engaged in. Thirdly, the number of workshops which are really progressive in terms of what we want to achieve. But fourthly, the processes leading to the 1st of October, which is some few days from today, to indicate that in terms of the readiness, we have looked at in our processes as the interim infrastructure manager to indicate that we are at the point whereby we will meet the deadline of opening access. And here I'm not talking about the wholesale opening of access, but there might be a discussion or a decision whereby we open access in routes that are available, because you will also recall in our network statement, we indicated as such to say we are not going to do a wholesale opening, similar to what the electricity industry have done with the IPPs. They had a number of window periods. And that is one of the strategy that the IM might utilize in terms of opening access, but most importantly, without disturbing the current operations of the incumbent train operating company. Thanks.
Maybe just a quick follow-up on that. Can you give a bit of color on what those first priorities will be in phase 1? So what can your customers look forward to? Because I think we've got some of your customers in the audience today. Which are those routes that you're already looking at?
Yeah, I think in terms of process, we have revised the network statement on the basis of the discussions that we had with the IREC and DOT. There are some aspects that the general public haven't yet seen, and our view is that we are going to put an annexure on the available routes and to enable the TOCs to make applications. And we have already created a dedicated email that the TOCs can utilize in terms of interacting with the IM staff.
No, that's perfect. Anand, moving on to you. How has private sector been receiving all the efforts that have been put forward by Transnet, by the shareholder? I think it goes without saying that there's a lot of work that has gone under the bridge, and I think Transnet and the shareholder need a big applause for that. But how has private sector been receiving this? That's the first part of the question. And is private sector ready? There have been some questions around whether private sector itself is ready for third-party access.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on the stage today. Yeah, I think the mindset of is what are we trying to solve? We're trying to solve the opportunity of creating more capacity onto rail so we can lower transport costs and stimulate industry across mining as well as manufacturing, and we heard agriculture as well. So that's what we're trying to solve. As private sector, we crowd ourselves into spaces where you can deploy your capital and achieve a return. So in crowding out yourself, you need a framework. You need a legislative framework that is clear. And I think the network statement is well commended, and industry has come out very strongly. Today I'm representing ARIA, and we have many industry players here that as an industry, we accept that it's our responsibility to co-create the opportunities that are necessary to growing South Africa. We understand, if we've heard just now the message around the impact on the growth rate of the country, we know if the growth rate doesn't jump, no one moves forward with job creation, and then we remain then in an environment where we're not really pushing the envelope to move forward. So I think industry is very supportive that there is players in the industry. The industry has got many players, both in manufacturing, both in TOC levels, who are ready to step in and be part of the TFROC journey with TRIM. And I think that's an important measure to note, is that we know we're coming onto a network that has an incumbent that has to perform, because that's where the real value lies, is for that performance to jump. If you take TFROC currently at the 150 odd million tons, 152, we know that that number should be closer to 200. So what money are we leaving on the table? That money is necessary for TRIM in the first place. If you take 50 million tons and at an average trim cost of, say, 75 Rand a ton, you're looking at 3.5 billion Rand worth of money annualized that go back into the network. So as industry, we are ready to jump in, to be part of this journey. We believe that the work has been done to at least get a clear network statement, and now the big work will be done to say which slots are now brought on the first phase, and how do we then respond to assets that are necessary to enable that. And I think the point on assets is important, is that any private sector investment is based on asset utilization. So you must be able to sweat those assets to your business plan. If you take the Maputo corridor as an example, where we know the port is sitting with a 31 million ton over the quay wall performance last year, with 11 million tons only on rail, it means there's 20 million tons on that corridor alone. If you take that corridor as an example, you need to, all the business plans need to sweat it to be able to achieve a rate that stimulates some mining, not just the business that's on road currently, but also stimulate activity. So what will that entail? You'll need to ensure that any wagon set or train set configuration achieves at least 2 times to 3 trips a week on the network. That will be the business plan capability. Now, TFROC will have to be also achieving that type of cycle times, so that both entering onto the network are achieving the same capabilities. Now, the network statement on Chapter 6 is very clear around that. The pre-planned work that's done on a pre-week basis on what plan for the week it will be, the daily plan, and then the review systems. It's very nicely documented, and I think that's what we're looking to see as industry next week when we see the publications, is how do you, even apart from the slots, how is that interaction about visibility? Because ultimately, you can only invest in a system where visibility will allow you to make sure your business plan is achieved.
Now, Anand brings in some interesting points around sweating the assets, cost of doing business. The issue of tariffs is a big bone of contention. It's, one would argue, the elephant in the room. How is Transnet thinking about this issue of tariffs? You know, there's been a lot of debate throughout the process and your stakeholder consultation around what should be in the tariff, what shouldn't be in the tariff. You know, should feeder lines be considered? The regulated asset-based methodology, should it be utilized? What should go in there? Some have even gone so far as to say, look, the cost base is too high. There's a lot that's sitting in there in terms of debt, maybe even legacy issues from state capture as an example. How is Transnet thinking about having an appropriate tariff that actually incentivizes the private sector to come on board? Because some have said, well, Transnet is not serious, purely based on the methodology, particularly on the tariff perspective.
Kutsanai, in terms of the tariff methodology, we have adopted a world-class methodology for determining tariffs, the allowable revenue methodology, which is utilized by a number of infrastructure industries, where we look at your capital program, your prudent cost, your work under construction, your weighted average cost of capital to determine your return. And the tariff that we put to the market was calculated in a scientific approach. But over and above that, we provided a number of options, whereby in terms of our research, where you find that there are similar reforms across the world, you find a situation whereby the shareholder or government really can take some of the costs during the initial period. And in an event that happens in the South African market, you might find that the number that we have put, the current number or the current access charge might change. But most importantly is that we are not saying what we have determined is a cast in concrete. There might be other discussions at the level of government, at the level of the Transnet Steering Committee that is shepherding the whole process, to advise us to say, how can we move? But in our network statement and the tariff methodology, we indicated we modeled the numbers based on a number of interventions, one being the equity, one other option being that if government have to take over the historic debt, it might have an impact on the tariff. But at this moment, that 19.79 cents per gross ton kilometer represents the true cost of running an infrastructure manager, given that we are reforming within a period where we have backlog maintenance. And our engineering teams, together with independent experts, are coming up with a number around 70 billion rands over the next 5 years, just to take our network to the state that it was previously. Therefore, there's a combination of things that culminated in the rate that the market is not really embracing. But that's the situation that we are faced with as a country. But also there might be other interventions from government, but also on the partnerships in terms of the execution of projects as we move forward, so that we soften the blow on the access charge.
Anand, there are a lot of ways to skin a cat, as some would say. Transnet has chosen a particular approach in terms of the tariff methodology. Private sector has some views on this. Some have come out quite strongly and said it's simply not affordable. Private trains cannot run based on those tariffs. Is Transnet being flexible enough in terms of the approach of how you can come up with that tariff? There are other ways of looking at how you can ensure you've got that revenue base in order to deal with backlog maintenance, to deal with bringing up your infrastructure back to design capacity and then upgrading. In other parts of the region, as an example, they look at profit share arrangements, etc. How is private sector thinking about this?
I think it's important for Transnet and government to understand that you can't disturb the base while you're trying to grow. And that distinction has to be well understood. A good reference case for that is Transnet's Richards Bay corridor. That corridor, as you know, is currently transporting, in the current performance, between 55 and 60 million tons, combining the traffic going to the coal terminal together with the traffic going to the other side of the port. The question that should be asked there then is that RBCT export-based business, which is an 80 million plus terminal, was designed with a reference financial model. The reference financial model was based on a coal price that will be a long-term trajectory coal price, which always can be projected in that $60 to $75 range. You can't set it where the potential highs could be because you can never predict that highs. So you have to predict the market based on the long-term view on a coal price. Now, on a long-term view of the coal price, if Transnet, that tariff on that corridor as it stands now, is a combined tariff of under 40 cents. If Transnet makes a choice to suddenly give infrastructure 20 cents of that, it will destroy that long-term vision of that corridor, which will erode capacity immediately. So what choices do you have? The choice is to build on the current platform and incrementally put in the legacy underinvestment that's taken place. Because remember, industry believes it's been contributing a tariff consistently, but the money hasn't been going into the network. So you're actually paying twice. Industry has that belief that you, unfortunately, as burdening industry by your inability to have to put the money in the first place. So you have to deal with that, but you can't also strangle the ability of rail to at least deliver. So currently on that corridor, of the 10, 11 billion that exists, that comes to the infrastructure component in the tariff makeup of Transnet currently, that corridor gets about 2.5 billion rand worth of money. It technically, on the tariff structure, collects 4.5 billion. So it actually, there is an inherent cross-subsidization that exists. So that will stay. I don't think you can change that. But the idea is to maintain the base tariff structure and now look for the incremental tariff to gain the necessary money that you need and find these longer-term agreements that allow private sector to put in the money to bring up the network up to standard and find a common formula for that, rather than they're setting a tariff. Because the tariff is to get money. And we're all after the same thing, which is where the money is going to come from. So we have to be smarter how to get the money and not destroy an industry in that process.
Judith, how do you respond to that?
No, look, I think our going-in position is that we have a network that we all agree that there was a prolonged period of underinvestment. But the catch-20, now we are in a catch-22, whereby as Transnet, we are saying we can bring this network to where it was before, to the levels of what we have achieved in 2017-18, But that will require a lot of money. But in an event, and we say this with humility, to say in an event that money is not forthcoming, we might end up regressing from where we are today to a level where all of us, the industry and Transnet, will be losing. Because at the end of the day, if Transnet or the IM is not working at the ideal level, the rail addressable GDP will suffer and the cost of doing business will grow. Therefore, the view from the IM is that at some point we have to find a sweet spot with the industry, and amongst others, using collaborations that are on a win-win arrangements, as opposed to one party cashing in and leaving, because here we are in a long-term business. Therefore, whoever comes to partner with us must have that base understanding to say, we want to smooth the prices and revenues over a period of time, as opposed to cashing in overnight and exiting the industry.
So just continuing on that theme of the network itself, and we'll move into the next segment. You've published a fair amount of detail in terms of the state of the infrastructure and the network statement. It's debatable, depending on who you speak to, whether there's enough detail in there, but we think there's enough detail in there about what is the state of the infrastructure. Can you give a bit of guidance in terms of what the roles and responsibilities will be in terms of rehabilitating and upgrading that infrastructure? So where do you draw the lines? How far does private sector need to come in? How far will government need to take on that baton? Because there are multiple stages. There's the first stage of dealing with the backlog, part of what Anand has been speaking to. And private sector may have the view that, look, this is not our problem. Then there's the second part, which is bringing it back to design capacity. Then there's a third part, which is upgrading to increase tonnages on the network. How is Transnet thinking about that and the allocation of roles and responsibilities on the network itself?
I think at the current moment, there are a number of mutual cooperation agreements with the various sectors. And this morning, we had a session led by the Group Chief Operating Officer, where we're looking at options of accelerating the restoration of the iron ore line with the participation by the exporters, which is something that will take us, will give us a mileage in terms of accelerating the restoration of our lines. There's a number of other similar initiatives on the Richards Bay Coal Terminal and even on the general freight business. But what we are looking forward to is to say, as we move forward, those collaborations must ensure that there is a win-win for everybody, as opposed to one party benefiting at the expense of the other party. Because one of the things which is public information that when you look at the appetite for profitability and you compare that appetite from a state-owned enterprise versus the private player, you find that the private players have a huge appetite. But our view is that we have to do everything within a developmental framework so that we touch their lives and communities where we operate, as opposed to cherry picking as well. Because when we have to develop the network, let's treat the network as a network in a true sense, as opposed to the portions of the network, because the issue of cross-subsidization within infrastructure in industries is inherent. Therefore, we have to take those into consideration, given that when you look back, some of the industries today are operating as a result of the interventions by Transnet, because at the time, when the markets were softening, Transnet contributed a number of compromise its revenue to ensure that those industries are sustainable. But as we move forward, those public service obligations have to be put somewhere so that we reduce the cross-subsidization within the various industries.
Anand, Judith is saying, and Transnet is saying, we're in this together. How can we find each other in terms of the roles and responsibilities to ensure that the network is fit for purpose? What is the perspective from the private sector in terms of how far private sector is willing to go in terms of being in it together with Transnet?
I think private sector is totally accepting that you're in this together, that there's no us and them in the process, that it is a industry decision-making framework to get the same end result, which is more volume onto rail. So if we were all working from that precept, then you always have to be on the table hunting that solution. So I think that mindset is there, and I like what Judith said, these discussions taking place with these industry users, that ultimately the magic will lie there. It'll be the magic between growth in volumes and money coming from that growth. Not trying to price the current base and not achieving the next phase. That's this distinction that we want. It has to come from the commitment to growth, that when you're re-establishing the network to its design capacity, that jump in income will be able to fund that increased volumes. And I think that's why the DFIs are in the room and the various funders are in the room. If the objective is to grow Africa, and if the objective is to ensure a sustainable future for all its citizens, then there has to be investment, and we've heard the investment challenge. All we need to know is that the investment is going in to create incremental improvements. And I think that's where you'll find the magic, because ultimately there is funding money out there. If you're ring-fencing the next, I'm signing a new 10-year contract for the RBCD exporters, the requirement on that requires you to put in X money to renovate that line for the benefit of themselves and the inclusive nature of other users on that corridor, you will find the step change that's necessary. Because in rail terms, once money is put in, it's like a levy you paint your building once. You get long value out of it. So it's not a sustained tariff. It's about what money I need for that corridor, how do we get it from the 10-year contracts that need to be put into place, and how is private sector contributing, and that growth money pay for the jump that we need to see.
Now, moving on into the final segment that we wanted to cover, covering the issues around regulation. Your perspective from a Transnet perspective on what the role of the regulator should be. First of all, we expect to have single Transnet regulator on board. We've the interim regulator doing some of these functions. What is your view on when we can expect to have that STER coming online?
Yeah, I think what we know from the Transnet side is that government is engrossed in the process to finalize the appointment of the regulator. But critical to us is the fact that we aligned on the role of the regulator in the space to say, regulate the tariffs, regulate market access, regulate any anti-competitive behavior, of which those are the key issues that underpin any regulated industry. And we are aligned on those specific things. It's just a matter of having a body, which government, I think, at an appropriate time will make the necessary announcements.
And from your perspective, Anand, do you foresee a situation where we'll go into phase one, go into phase two without the single transport economic regulator? And what does that then look like for private sector? Because the key functions that the regulator should play, particularly on moderating on the pricing methodologies, moderating on issues where there are disputes around access, ensuring fair access, ensuring that Transnet is not the player and the referee. How does private sector look at that to say, this is the role of the regulator, when will we have them on board, and what is the impact on bringing private sector capital in?
I think we're not in a greenfield game, we're in a brownfield game. You have to navigate this journey with what cards you have in front of you. And I think the deck of cards are clear. There's a common desire to grow the network. There's a common view that industry can grow as long as the rail structure and the rail investments take place. And it will be governed ultimately by contracts, because ultimately the investment case can only be done if you've got certainty. You can't ask to put money into a system without a certainty of, and that's why the thinking is there will be contractual regimes of tenure. Now, whether you get into disputes that the numbers don't stack up and you need to have the regulator ready to referee the case, I think there's enough, I say, cool heads in the room currently, that this is a country imperative, that the messaging is clear that we all have to get this right. So on that cool heads approach, I think there'll be And I think the DFAs can play a great role in that, because even themselves can act as the DBSA, for an example, as a great implementing authority. It can also regulate that this economic number that you take off the table is everyone's getting a fair return, but not an abnormal return for their investment, and especially when you're talking infrastructure. So I feel the cool heads in the room will dictate it. I strongly urge that speed is at the heart of everything, and that the low-hanging fruit must be identified. We heard from Kulisa, the B fleet is a good example, is that you can't have them standing and not being used yet. We know that they exist. They know they have to come back onto the network, and private sector has to be crowded in to support that. And you just have to find the framework that allows you to do that in a regulated environment that there's inclusivity for. So I do believe that. I also have a very direct view that, regulation itself is not the greatest thing. We've seen it in the Eskom game, where our tariffs as individuals have just shot up the roof. So you can't just put money into a big pot. You have to be clear in the rail space that money goes into its corridors, and that you can see the money entering the improvement in the network availability. It must be a direct correlation, and there should be oversight that money coming in is going to the corridors and not going into a big pot without being accounted for on the execution level.
I see we've run out of time, and we had more questions we wanted to cover, but maybe just the final one. And you had started to talk about rolling stock, and I had some questions for Judith on rolling stock and how Transnet is thinking about deploying part of their fleet to make it available to the TOCs. But maybe we'll cover it with the Q&A with the audience. Final question to you, Anand. On a regional scale, we're talking about regional integration. What is it that we can learn from our regional counterparts in terms of how they have brought in private sector to revitalize their rail networks, to ensure they bring up efficiencies, bring in the right tariff structures, bring in the right funding structures? What are your reflections? Perhaps you can touch on networks such as the Tazara network, where you've got private sector players on that system.
So I think in all these examples of private sector getting onto rail, there's a business case and there's a dedicated set of rolling stock to serve that. So if you take the Calapash service out of Zambia heading to Dar es Salaam, that service operated by one of the ARIA members, Traction, puts together resources of locomotives and wagons with an access regime with the railways, and then delivers a price to the customer that allows the customer to give a long-term offtake. Because ultimately that's the number. The customer will dictate that this number on a long-term basis will make sense for us to run. Same example exists on the Lubida corridor, what you see being crowded in there. You know what your logistics costs have to be for your copper mining, and you know that you must target a number, and you know you can only achieve that by certain asset utilization of the loco sets, the wagon sets, and then what's remaining for access and the development of the infrastructure. So I think those examples exist, and therefore they are contracted examples. They will talk to that nature of existence with TRIM, with TFROC when you now take on, because I think there'll be not outright TOCs existing and TFROC existing. You'll find combinations. TOC might bring the locos and say, TFROC, you supply the wagons from your B fleet. So there will be these type of, let's say, gray areas that can unfold with the same objective, which is get a number that customer can ultimately pay. Can that market give you a 10-year offtake? Because that's what you'll need. Every industry needs the customer to underwrite it when you do the deal.
And on that note, we'll open the questions to the floor. I believe we've got some of Transnet's customers in the room. Are there any questions about issues around the network, about the thinking around the network, thinking around rolling stock, thinking around pricing? Just to open it to the floor so that we can get some questions to the panel. All right. It looks like there are no questions. So, gentlemen, I believe you were thorough in your responses. Thank you very much. With that, we will close the panel discussion. I think there have been some very useful reflections on where we are in terms of the entire process of bringing in private sector. Some very good reflections on what the private sector expects. I think there definitely has been some good reflection on the give and take that we need to consider. We're in this together, I think, is one of the key things. Private sector is willing to be in this with Transnet, and I think Transnet has also indicated they're willing to be flexible in terms of the methodologies of how they get to things like tariffs, etc. So I think the exciting times ahead, and we really look forward to publishing of the network statement, the final network statement, the tariff methodology, and opening up of third-party access. With that, we'll close the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a really big warm round of applause for Kudzanai for an excellent moderation of that conversation, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen. One of the sound bites that I take out of that conversation is there are enough cool heads in the room for us to remember that this is a country imperative. And I thought that was a beautiful phrasing of finding each other, even as we're trying to make sense of the commercials and the expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another panel discussion coming up before we're going to have a very special treat, which I'll tell you about a little bit later, which of course will then lead us to lunch. But before we get to that special treat, standing by now to moderate a conversation on enabling freight logistics through rolling stock initiatives and the Manufacturing Center of Excellence, it's my pleasure to welcome Zanele Sani onto the stage. Zanele is Chief Director looking after export promotion and marketing, and this is at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, or the DTIC. And she comes into this conversation with over 2 decades of driving bilateral trade and investment portfolios that drive exports and market share for South African manufacturers. Let's give Zanele a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Over to you, Zanele.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I was very excited earlier because I saw that we were actually running ahead of time. So I thought that that would give me an opportunity to talk about myself. Unfortunately, that's now gone. But let me steal 2 minutes to just tell you what I do on a day-to-day basis. I'm responsible, as was already mentioned, for promoting South Africa's exports to the world. And in doing so, I rely very heavily on the panel that is going to talk to you, because they have to ensure that the goods that we manufacture then find access to different markets. And my work is being made more difficult with the advent of the ACFTA, and also with the recent entry into force of the tripartite free trade area. Because as was already expressed in the morning, that there was going to be an increase in demand in freight logistics. So against that backdrop, I'd like to invite onto the stage the panelists that are going to help me meet my target of increasing intra-Africa trade as per our medium-term framework of doing so at a level of 10% each year. I would like to invite onto the panel Mr. Amin Idris of the Africa Union Development Agency. He's the Director of Program Industrialization and Trade. So he's well suited to be able to solve my problems. Mr. Amin, please come onto the stage. As he finds his way, I'd also like to invite our colleagues from Transnet, Mrs. Bessie Mabunda, the Acting Chief Executive of Transnet Engineering, and she will be joined by Mr. Wilson Mohoba, the General Manager of Group Business Development at Transnet as well. My panel is not complete without the people that make the pots happen. I know we are into the two-pot system, but the people that make the pots happen are from the Industrial Development Corporation. Mr. Joy Balepile, he's the head of Automotive Transport Equipment and Industrial Development at the IDC. Please join us on the stage. We are gathering here today against a very interesting session that I was very excited to hear in the morning. That's the reinvention of Transnet. And I had a moment to bump into Yoli, and I really appreciated the candor with which she spoke about in terms of reinventing Transnet, as well as the strategic direction that Ms. Ntokozo spoke about this morning. But I think in the context of where we are and talking about enabling freight logistics through rolling stock, Ms. Bessie, I think you are heading Transnet Engineering. And I think this session is all about you and rolling stock. So what I would appreciate from yourself is maybe if you could share with us what the role of Transnet Engineering is and how, as was mentioned in the title, how Transnet is then poised to become the manufacturing excellence that really facilitates logistics throughout the continent.
Okay, thank you, Zanele, and good afternoon to everybody. TE is a well-established maintainer and manufacturer of rolling stock, so that covers locomotives, wagons, as well as coaches. And more recently, we have diversified into the space of port handling equipment as well. We boast several centers of excellence that focus on various engineering specializations in rolling stock as well as port, supported by a skilled team of seasoned engineers with extensive experience in both the rail and the port sectors. Additionally, TE places a strong emphasis on research and development. We do a lot of design and product development for components and parts for rolling stock. The wealth and depth of expertise and knowledge coupled with advanced technical infrastructure ensures that the manufacture and maintenance, refurbishment, as well as overhaul and re-engineering of rolling stock and port equipment is executed with precision and reliability. Over the years, in TE, we basically build a strong track record in rolling stock services to meet the evolving operational demands in integrating modern technologies that enhance performance, ensure energy efficiency, as well as safety in terms of the rolling stock. What we've done recently is obviously expand into the space of the port handling equipment. So I'll just maybe start off there in terms of what we do. So in this space, we basically provide comprehensive in-service and out-of-service support for port handling equipment. This is mainly used by the Transnet port terminals as well as the Transnet National Port Authorities across all the major ports in the country. These services are essential for maintaining the operational efficiency and longevity of critical port infrastructure while we're trying to obviously support in decongesting the ports in the country, as you've seen, long queues of trucks going to our ports. The services we're offering in this space includes the refurbishment of key components such as engines, motors, gearboxes, and hydraulic systems. These services extends the life cycle of high-value equipment, reducing downtime and overall replacement costs, ensuring that port operations continue smoothly without interruptions. The second aspect that we support is on custom fabrication and maintenance services for essential port spares. These include things like your steps, ladders, platforms, bulk plant spares, stacker reclaimer buckets, automated mooring systems, to name a few. This capability ensures that critical components are available on demand as and when required to support equipment availability within the ports. The last aspect is around design, fabrication, and assembly of new port equipment such as trailers, haulers, skips, while partnering with OEMs, that is original equipment manufacturers, in the manufacture of straddle carriers. This portfolio of equipment is built to meet the rigorous needs of and demands of port operation and delivers exceptional performance, durability, and ease of maintenance. Just to go back to the rolling stock side, some of the services that we do, and it's not an all-inclusive list, is things like full remanufacture and maintenance capabilities for high-performance locomotive engines. We have expertise in servicing, re-engineering, and remanufacture of traction motors, precision manufacturing and maintenance of services for critical pneumatic and mechanical systems, which includes valves, slack adjusters, and so on. We also do casting, as well as precision machining. We also do repairs, refurbishment of alternators, and just about every major component and system on a locomotive or on a wagon. So as you would know, the major customer to Transnet Engineering currently will be internal, which is Transnet Freight Rail. So we support them in the availability and reliability of rolling stock in terms of wagons as well as locomotives in order to achieve the volume commitments that they have put forward.
No, thank you very much. I think that was a very comprehensive response, and I'm sure that the audience here today has no doubt that we truly are, Transnet is a manufacturing center of excellence. And I guess against that backdrop, there's something that you mentioned that piqued my interest, which was also was mentioned in the first panel this morning. I like the fact that the work that you do is underscored by research. And earlier in the morning, I think Sisioli mentioned that when you are looking at the work of the North-South Corridor, you undertook research in partnership with the AFDB. And one of the outcomes of the findings of that research in implementing the North-South Corridor was that there's a general shortage of wagons. And I'd like to then maybe bring you, Mr. Wilson, in, and maybe you can unpack for us the specifics of what is the total demand of rolling stock on the continent, because without having adequate freight and logistics, I think the figures are that currently we are looking at least 120,000 containers for bulk and for wagons for both bulk and cargo. So could you paint a picture for us that explains how does the African scene look in terms of the demand for wagons that you discovered in your research?
Yeah, thanks very much, and good afternoon. I guess in the work we've done, I've honestly struggled to find a veritable piece of research that adequately covers the state of rolling stock and the total demand on the continent. And I guess in part that's driven by the fact that most railways are in a position where in fact they are not operating as they should. And because they are not operating as they should, you then end up with effectively a declining demand. So against that backdrop, what we then did, in particular when we were looking at the North-South Corridor, working together with the NEPAD Business Foundation and the other railway authorities on the corridor, we undertook an exercise where we wanted to truly understand the number and type of assets that were required. So with the few entities that we're able to talk to, in particular, we dealt with the railway authorities in the DRC, that's SNCC. We dealt with Zambia Railways Limited. We dealt with the railway entities in Zimbabwe, being NRZ and BBR, a private concession. We also dealt with the Eswatini Railway and also Transnet Freight Rail. And in that number, which I think really is perhaps statistically significant, but really is not quite representative of what the full potential is. What we ended up finding is that by, in fact, as of the beginning of this year, 2024, the demand at that point in time, as of January 2024, because we carried out this study back in 2022, that the demand in 2024 would have been somewhere around 13,000 wagons and about 100 locomotives. And that is then projected to grow to about 20,000 wagons and 200 locomotives by the year 2030. But I underscore that that is a very short sample, because what we are still now in the process of doing is really having more in-depth discussions with customers to get to understand the true demand of rolling stock. And then if you couple that with the rail reform that South Africa is going through, I believe those numbers are just going to go much higher.
No, I hear you that those numbers that you're speaking to are still very conservative. However, earlier in the day, we understood that your Africa strategy has been approved, and the countries that you were speaking to, at least the rail operators that you were speaking to, are throughout the continent, and I understand that due to limitations, it was mostly focused around SADC. But despite that, I would like to come back to you, Bessie, to just find out that with that limited information of the locomotives and the wagons that are in demand, what then has Transnet's response been after the consultations with the various African partners who are then key to facilitating intra-Africa trade amongst the African countries?
Okay, thanks. So TE is no stranger in terms of offering its services in South Africa, as well as in the African continent. And as you said, specifically, we've been focusing in the SADC region. So we have been consistently a key and strategic partner in terms of supplying these services. Some of the countries and the railways that we have had undertakings with include, for example, Botswana Rail in Botswana, where we have manufactured and supplied over 250 new freight wagons, refurbished about 200 freight wagons, refurbished diesel locomotives for them, as well as delivered 3 passenger train sets comprising of 37 coaches. We've also done a lot of work in Mozambique for both CFM as well as Rio Tinto. These about 400 new freight wagons that we have manufactured for CFM, as well as supplying Rio Tinto with about 250 new freight wagons. We've also done work in Guinea-Conakry, where we enabled the efficient transportation of bauxite from the pit to the port of Kamsa through the manufacture of about 250 new standard gauge freight wagon. And we do continue to do a lot of work in Swaziland. Eswatini is a long-term partner of ourselves, so we continue to do a lot of work with them as well. But in general, I think in our view, we definitely want to collaborate and partner a lot more with private sector entities within South Africa as well as in the continent. So those are things that that definitely is close to our hearts. We definitely are open to not only offering the services themselves, but there's also a great opportunity in terms of sharing technical skills and assisting in the training and development of technical skills within the space. As you know, Transnet has the School of Engineering that is well established, that offers a lot of training from an engineering technical point of view, not only within rolling stock, manufacturing, maintenance, refurbishment, and so on, but also in the operations on the railway, including train drivers, assistants, and all of those kind of skills. So definitely we are available to look at co-creating solutions that the continent needs. And I think there was a gentleman earlier in the day who spoke about Africa being able to be self-sustaining and creating solutions for themselves. And TE definitely wants to play a big role in that.
No, thank you so much, and I appreciate the extent to which you went in terms of how you responded to the various challenges by couching specific examples. But maybe, Mr. Wilson, if I can maybe close off the section for Transnet with yourselves. Inevitably, with all of this work and the different discussions, could you maybe share with us, despite the smorgasbord of services that we have, there must have been challenges that you then encountered. And I'd like you maybe to close off to say, how then does Transnet mitigate against some of the challenges that you encountered in couching the response that you have while engaging your partners, as Ms. Bessie has elaborated?
Yeah, sure, thanks a lot. So as Yoli mentioned earlier this morning, when we were leasing some of the assets into Zambia and Zimbabwe, that really provided us with a very strong base. I would categorize the challenges, one as financial, just the ability, because of the low base from which those railways were coming from, the ability to run a consistent service. Then what we found was that their ability to ramp up services, to run a full set of, or to offer a full set of services to their customers has become a problem. And therefore, that effectively directly affects their ability to pay for the assets. So financially, that's been one area. But I think also a very significant one has been just the technical support that we needed to support those assets. What we found was that deploying locomotives far away from bases factories and then expecting her to maintain them and get the levels of availability, it really became quite problematic, from basic problems like trying to get spare parts out to those locomotives wherever they are needed. So you needed to deal with all sorts of customs-related challenges on the one hand, all the way to just having sufficient technical hands on the ground. So part of the solutions then we are crafting as we set up the LISCO is obviously then looking to TE to bring on that capacity to support technically on the one hand, but also to build relationships in those areas, in those regions, so that they have a lot more local presence, if you will. And then I think the other side is that from a financial perspective, this is where then the private sector partnerships come on board. There is a lot of money that is required to grow the assets that we need to have in place and to maintain them. And it's something that I think is very well stated. We can't do it on our own, and that's where we think that the private sector partnerships are going to play a very significant role in making this a success.
No, thank you so much. And I think that's a nice segue to actually invite Mr. Joy Balepile into the conversation. Transnet was open that financial muscle is not sufficient for both South Africa and the continent's needs. Some would argue that when we see people like you, we see you as the panacea to all of our problems. However, Mr. Wilcox underscored that the demand is 100 billion that has to be spent annually vis-a-vis the current spend of about 38 billion, give or take currently. So I'd be very keen to understand from yourself, how does the IDC then play a role in ensuring that there is adequate financing, as well as other activities that could contribute, or some of your services that help us to meet this overwhelming demand, or these outrageous targets that we have? Could you please unpack for us your role at the IDC and how you do this, sir?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Zanele, and a very good afternoon to the colleagues in the room. Maybe as a starting point, my name is Joy Balepile, and I head up the IDC's Automotive and Transport Equipment Business Unit. So on the auto side, I think that one is clear cut. We look at supporting the 7 OEMs that are currently in the country, and we're also bringing 2 more in the Eastern Cape in terms of, our targets in terms of job creation, localization opportunities, and all of those. I think when we are in meetings with the OEMs, the challenge with regards to movement of goods, whether it's from inland to the ports, I think those discussions are the ones that are keeping us awake at night, obviously, and we also support the component suppliers to these OEMs in terms of, transformation, bringing in black industrialists to manufacture these things internally, and a lot of these things have to be brought on board. Secondly, we support the maritime as well as the aerospace sectors, obviously supplying components through to some of component suppliers to the major OEMs, Boeing and Airbus, so we do support those. So South Africa is a life of opportunities. So a lot of these things are manufactured here, and the ACFTA presents significant opportunities for us. I think when we were in Egypt last year discussing the movement that has been made with regards to ratification of the agreement itself, as well as discussions around rules of origin and those things, those are the things that shows us that there are going to be significant opportunities that will require movement of goods within the continent, because there's no significant amount of trade that's taking place within the continent, and we are looking at addressing that as an IDC. As you understand that not only do we support operating South Africa, we look at the rest of the continent as well. When it comes to the rail side, our focus is mainly on rolling stock manufacturing. We also look at supporting funding to MRO activities or refurbishments of, the locomotives for Transnet or anything that is related to that, as well as component suppliers to those. So we've supported businesses that, manufacturing of wheels for Transnet rails, whether it's cast or forged wheels, we look at supporting those. We've supported, manufacturers of bogies, which are sent through to the rest of the continent. So we've also provided, ours is to provide innovative financing solutions, because we do understand that, Transnet assets are assets of long-term nature, and our loan facilities need to be structured accordingly to ensure that the tenure is sufficient. And we also look at not only doing this ourselves, we also look at bringing strategic equity partners from elsewhere within the globe, as well as partnering with multilateral development finance institutions, which we are happy that they are also here in terms of de-risking these projects and co-financing some of these opportunities. And I think earlier on, an example was given that comparing Africa to India. To say population size, we are almost the same at 1.4 billion. I mean, they currently manufacture and sell about 4 million new vehicles in India. In Africa, we only do 1 million. And we are looking at changing that. And changing that is going to require, these regional value chains to be developed and movement of goods of right within the continent. That's where we are looking at not supporting entities like your Transnet of the world, but also supporting other entities like those in the rest of the continent.
It's well understood, and I think with yourself and the other partners that you've mentioned, I'd like to just talk about, and we spoke about an elephant in the room, but I'd like to talk about international partners, where things perhaps have not gone right and things have gone well. We've just recently come back from China. Advocate Phillips was part of the delegation that supported the president in a bilateral business forum that we've had. In the context of your role of working on automotives, on marine, the whole transport value chain, the IDC signed a cooperation agreement with the China Africa Development Fund for industrialization. In the context of China being the juggernaut of all things transport, specifically the high-speed rail, electrical vehicle production, I'm very curious to find out what role is IDC playing in the context of the pit to port story of the transfer of critical raw materials. But I think I'd like you to maybe look forward and tell us that in all of the transport sectors, where is Africa in terms of our own green transport, and how does IDC facilitate that conversation or the contribution towards reaching that vis-a-vis the juggernauts that exist, as well as the optimal or the utilization of our resources?
No, thank you very much for that question. One of our key pillars as the IDC is the development of regional value chains. As you correctly indicate that a lot of these critical minerals are available within the continent, whether you're talking about manganese in the Northern Cape, you're talking about lithium, nickel, these materials that are required in order for us to manufacture either battery cells or whether the actually assembling of battery packs themselves. Those are opportunities that exist within the continent. So as the IDC, we are currently developing projects in terms of saying we do not want to be left behind when it comes to transitioning. And we do understand the need for the transition to be just in nature to ensure that I think the impact thereof on the continent is going to be positive rather than negative. So that's something that we are looking at. And just development of these minerals being available elsewhere, we need to ensure that sufficient logistics infrastructures are available to ensure that these minerals could be moved to a country where we decide that South Africa, you'll be manufacturing the battery cells, we'll be acquiring copper from elsewhere in the continent, we'll be getting manganese from South Africa, we'll be getting any of these critical minerals from anywhere else. So that's what we are looking at. But as a continent, we're also looking at this thing of ensuring that these minerals do not leave the continent and go into China, and then we import these products back into the continent. We need to ensure that beneficiation takes place within the continent. I think that's going to be key for us if we want to say that our role is industrial capacity development. That's something that's key to us. And working with Transnet, we are obviously, to your second question, we are looking at providing an end-to-end solution in terms of ensuring logistic solutions for the movement of goods from Tshwane SEZ as well as moving them through to, the port of PE instead of the port of Durban, which has, I think it has been sufficiently ventilated in the media with regards to the challenges at those ports, so that we can ensure that as a country we get this key industrial sector being the auto sector. We want to keep these OEMs in South Africa. We want to bring more of them into the continent, so we also want to provide them with efficient logistics services, as well as obviously they'll always want cost-effective solutions thanks.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the clock is red, so it means we have to cut it, and I know I'm standing between lunch and very interesting entertainment. In the 30 seconds left, could I maybe take a question from the panel? And I know that we won't have time to wrap up, but I think I know how you felt, the moderator before me, the time is just not enough. Is there an opportunity for a question? Yes, okay. Take the mic and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Alex from Transcam. I'm not even too sure if this is the panel that I need to ask the question from. But for some of us on the ground, whilst we are saying we're connecting Africa, the experience is more like we are disconnecting Africa. And I say this when it comes to rolling stock. A simple example, if you want to take wheat to Zimbabwe or Zambia, you'll be told, we can't take our wagons there. They don't come back. There's an issue, I think Anand knows this, where if you wanted to bring cargo from Zim or Zambia with Zimbabwean Railways wagons, you will not get an answer that says, let us examine the wagons. You'll just get a straight answer that, no, those wagons are nonsense. And in line with enabling this trade through rolling stock, why is the attitude like that? You currently can't get tankers to go to Botswana, even when the private sector says, let's fix the tankers and send them to Botswana. That answer is not forthcoming. So are we simply talking about what we need to do and ignoring what has to be done on the ground real time?
Thank you for the question. Is there any other question? Yes. Mindful that you are standing between lunch and...
My name is Peter Franks. I'm the MD of Transcam, an access partner with me. What's very concerning for me lately is that we have the advent of the East African and the West African ports coming into play. The whole thing compounds itself by cargo not going north, and there's no wagons bringing cargo back. So if you have a good look at Mombasa, Dar es Salaam, Walvis Bay, taking all our cargo. So we've got to be so wary, and I think we need to sit down and decide how we're going to counter this threat, because it's going to damage us in a big way. I've been in the game 34 years. I've turned over R1 billion some years when the cargo was running well. But recently we're having, like Alex said, major problems in terms of getting capacity to move.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll close off the round of questions and maybe allow our colleagues from Transnet to respond. Time permitting, I'll put some colleagues of mine under the spotlight as well to see how we assist with this problem.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe to contribute, and you will then add in terms of responding to both the MD and I forgot his name, and Alex from Transcam. I think for me, with regards to the issue on not allowing our rolling stock to cross borders, that is definitely a reality of today that we are facing. And one of the things that make it challenging is that we are currently having different standards in terms of what constitute the right level of safety in terms of the rolling stock. So because we are governed by the Rail Safety Regulator of South Africa, there is a requirement in terms of what the condition of the rolling stock should be. Hence the insistence on our side to say when you're going to then operate on our network, we therefore need to check the rolling stock and ensure that it is safe for operations within on our side of the world. But I think there is a need for some level of regional collaboration and standardization around some of these requirements so that we can actually unlock the ability for rolling stock to actually cross borders. And especially with the advent of the rail reform, with opening up for other third parties to operate, they will not be limited into just operating within the South African context. They will be shunting lots of cargoes between ourselves and other countries, and maybe passing even multiple countries. So there is definitely a need to standardize. Obviously, some of the challenges is issues of gauges. I was having an interesting discussion with somebody who said something like, is there any way of making bogies so that they have both your standard gauge and Cape gauge in there so that it can drop one when it goes to the one type of network? And I was thinking that's actually something that's interesting that from a TE point of view, we can also look at. So those are some of the realities of why it is difficult in terms of transiting, in between the countries. With regards to the capacity issues, so for me, I think so at some point in my life, I was part of the rail reform, and one of the things that for me, I am a big supporter of that, is that what the rail reform seeks to do is to start protecting the actual rail physical network itself. So by not investing significantly or investing what the network actually requires, we are not doing ourselves a service in this country and regionally, because unfortunately over time, the condition of the network deteriorate, and as a result, capacity then drops. So we've seen a drop in capacity from our best times of 226 million tons in 2017 and 18 to where we are at right now at around 150, 152 million tons. So therefore, there are other people who will then go to others in terms of moving this cargo. So definitely there are people who are eating our lunch, and we need to actually restore that. So the rail reform and the investment that will go into the rail network will go a long way in restoring capacity on the network. But it is more than just the network of South Africa. As I think Yolisa was talking about, the Botswana link, Swazi rail link, and other linkages, so that we can then facilitate evacuation of cargo from our landlocked countries to the various ports around the African continent.
Thank you so much. I think I appreciate and this is common across most areas of trading across border, the harmonization of our standards, which is also key. We work in that space in terms of if the officials from customs were here, they would also lament the same thing. However, you heard it from the mouth of business, and that affects their dinero, their money, l'argent, and we don't have happy customers. So on that somber note, would you like to add
Yes,
something?
before you close, I just wanted to respond quickly and say that recognizing that current constraint, part of what we are currently doing and are certainly open to is to collaborate with customers to repair wagons where we have them available, so that then the flow of traffic can be facilitated. So I would then request after this to have a word with the MD from Transcam so that we can see if we can find a similar solution.
Okay. And I'd like to recommend that when you meet with the MD from Transcam, that you include our colleagues from the DTIC, because they are also responsible for our bilateral relations. So in ensuring that from a government perspective, yes, you're an SOE, but in their deliberations that this feedback is taken in. Gentlemen, you are, yes, please join the conversation. And on that somber note, thank you for allowing us to eat into your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Zanele. I wouldn't call it a somber note when people are making commitments to connect and to talk and to find each other. That sounds like a lot of opportunity, and thank you very much for facilitating that conversation so expertly. Ladies and gentlemen, so a few announcements before we break for lunch. The first of these is that we are going to now be treated, and the team behind me is just going to clear, so I'm going to step down. We're going to be treated to a culinary delight. And the way that it's going to work is that you're actually going to be seated at your tables, and the ushers will come and invite your table to serve lunch. And the reason why we want you to be seated is because we have a really special treat that is coming up on stage, and you're not going to want to miss that. Allow me to bring to their attention all of those who are halal. The halal food is going to be served to the right. The ushers are on standby to direct you to where you need to go in case you are not sure. And now, to introduce South Africa's first black conductor, South Africa's first black woman conductor, South Africa's youngest conductor, to not only own, but also to conduct a 10-piece orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying this conductor is going to be a ululation only possible through African lyrics. We call it a praise singer. I'm going to ask you to turn your attention not towards me, but to the doors this way as we welcome Ofense Pitse into the room.
Go
Ladies and gentlemen, an even bigger round of applause for Ofense Pizza and the 10-piece orchestra. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Ofense. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not been invited to lunch, you will be very shortly. Please just bear with us. And might I also ask, if you are part of the preceding panels, or the following panels rather, if I can ask that you please go back to the technical team by 10 to 2 in order to get mic'd up so that we can all start again at 10 past 2. So that's 20 minutes before we start again at 10 past 2. Please do enjoy your lunch. welcome back from lunch. I hope that in our different ways and in the culinary treat that we had, that we were able to connect with different parts of home. And just a big thank you and a congratulations to the team for really bringing Africa back into the room and through the cuisine, really connecting Africa. Thank you very much. I must hasten to add that the red velvet cake outside is to die for if you haven't tried it. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with our program. We have a presentation coming up next, speaking on the funding of transport infrastructure, which will then be followed by the last two panels for the day. The first of these panels is going to be looking at lessons that have been learned to date from funding private sector participation projects across the continent. And then the last panel, which I would moderate, and I want to hasten to call it a conversation and not so much of a panel, is going to be looking at ports as enablers of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So for now, if I can get us all seated, unless you are part of the brothers and sisters that are helping us to clear the tables, allow me to welcome onto the stage Mr. Nez Ruo, Principal Syndication, looking after syndication and distribution, this at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. And as Mr. Ruo comes up onto stage, I'm hoping that on the back of his presentation, we might also get an opportunity to ask one or two questions. So I invite you to lean in and stay engaged in the conversation. Let's give a big warm round of applause to Mr. Ruo as he comes up. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a wonderful lunch, or you're still having a wonderful lunch. Let me proceed on the basis of the protocols that have already been established to talk about what is important in this sector, the funding element. We speak the money terms, so take a listen to what we're going to do. So in terms of the way I would like to approach this assignment is to essentially go through an overview of DBSA, what we do, what is our mandate, and then drill down into the specifics around the transport sector. I then want also to then go into, at a high level, an industry overview, which speaks to how we craft funding solutions for the transport sector, and then go down into specifics around solutions that we offer for transport sector and other related sectors across the continent. I then want to then end up with a few examples of funding that we have done, the support that we have done in the sector, just to show, to give an idea of what sort of structures we can offer, a project we can offer you as you consider your investments and work in the sector. So, established about 41 years ago, DBSA is a development finance institution that's owned by the South African government. As of end of March, we had a balance sheet worth 118 billion rand, which is equivalent to around about $6.6 billion. And of that, almost 45% comes in as equity, which puts DBSA in a very strong position from a capital base to be able to expand and support transport infrastructure across the continent. From a value proposition, what we do as a DBSA, we cover the value chain, the investment value chain in the transport sector, amongst other sectors that I'll talk through in the next few slides. So we look at the planning stages of any infrastructure investment. We then provide project preparation, which is early stage support, to ensure that a project reaches a bankable stage. And then one of our core business is providing the funding solutions. We actually put capital at risk and deploy capital into projects across the continent. And we look at it from a capital stack, from a senior debt, as well as to some equity. We also do provide some support in terms of the actual implementation of projects and the maintenance of the projects as well. And mostly of that, we've done it in South Africa from a social infrastructure perspective. From a mandate perspective, our mandate covers Sub-Saharan Africa, and our business is clustered into three segments: the South African business, the SADC business, as well as the rest of the Sub-Saharan Africa. Almost 60% of our investments are currently in South Africa, and 40% is spread across the rest of the continent, between SADC and the rest of the continent. From a sector perspective, our core sectors that we look at is transport and logistics. We look at energy, also ICT, water infrastructure, and the secondary infrastructure that we look at, social infrastructure, covers health, education, and some accommodation as well. I wanted us to just look at a high level some of the key fundamental elements within this sector. Why that is important in this discussion is that this informs how we craft financing solutions for the transport sector. And I think much of this information has been provided in the earlier sessions where we looked at the transport sector overview. But I just wanted to highlight a few points which we are seeing as we assess the transport sector in Africa. One aspect we're looking at is the element that the roads that we have, most of them are not paved or they're not developed enough to meet the demand that is required for road infrastructure. We also see that a lot of the freight in Africa is still being transported on the road rather than on rail, which is one aspect that we really need to look at and see how much investments we can put into the rail sector to move freight from road to rail. In addition to that, we also see an element that has also been covered in the previous panel around the different structures. The integration is not there. You see different standards when you move across the border, and this is one of the aspects that we see, and our focus is on trying to support elements around integration, standardization of the infrastructure in the rail. We also see that there is capacity constraints and inefficiencies around the port's infrastructure, and from a strategic point of view, these are some of the aspects that inform us what sort of funding structures we can craft to support the development of the African transport sector. Closer to home in South Africa, while South Africa has got one of the most developed transport infrastructure systems relative to other African countries, but what we're seeing is that there is need for more investment, for maintenance, modernization. Unless we do that, we're going to see a lot of inefficiencies coming through. There was an element around competition that came through as well to say, if we don't provide that support to ensure that there's efficiencies in our systems, there is competition. People are going to move to other areas. They're going to move to other ports where there are efficient operations as well. Getting into more technical aspects around the structure, and I'm going to highlight this is going to be important in crafting the solutions for funding. When we look at solutions for funding, we then look at the different modes that are available, and then we drill down into saying, what are the core infrastructure that we need to fund? What is the supporting infrastructure that's there? And then what is other elements around manufacturing, assembling of all the inputs that are required in the transport systems. We also look at the operation aspects as well. From a DFI perspective, from a DBSA perspective, we tend to focus more on the core and sub-core infrastructure in the sense that it unlocks the development of the whole transport system and also enables companies, it enables sponsors to actually participate in the development of the sector. And having looked at this industry overview, what are some of the key trends that we are seeing in that sector? We are seeing that there is move towards integration. there's move towards using PPPs as a way to enable private sector participation in this structure. And we are also looking at mass transit as a way to move people from one point to another. We are also looking at elements around EV structures that are coming through, cleaner types of modes of transport as a way of development in that sector. But I wanted to dwell a little bit on the structure itself to say most of the infrastructure in Africa is driven and sponsored from a public sector perspective. This is why we see entities like Transnet running a lot of the infrastructure investments in the country, PRASA from a mass transit perspective. Across the continent, some of the investments we have done, we have looked at sovereigns that are implementing some of the transport infrastructure across the continent. And this is very important in the sense that it informs what sort of funding solution you can provide, what sort of structures you can put in together to ensure that the infrastructure is implemented. And then we also see PPPs that has been spoken through, private sector participation in the structure, how the cash flows are generated to determine whether we fund it on a balance sheet or on an off-project finance perspective. From a DBSA mandate perspective, we're focusing on the transport sector. On the transport sector, what we look at in our efforts is to support key value chains in key sectors, corridors that are important in bringing trade together, in opening up certain economic nodes across the continent. That way, we crowd in investments into certain areas, into certain countries, into certain nodes. So our focus is to invest in those critical elements like mass transit, areas where there is mineral mining, general freight. In that way, that sort of opens up the economy to ensure that there is development. We also tend to follow the policies that governments make across the continent because transport sector decisions are made on the basis of what is the legislation that is being provided and also looking at some of the policy works that does there. From a South Africa perspective, we've seen that the NDP, the Transport Master Plan, is sort of informing some of the work that we do from a funding perspective. And it's the same across the continent of Africa, where we've also supported some of the transaction there. I'm not going to talk much on the sector opportunities that are there, but most of the work is around supporting key transport entities or sponsors, and also supporting private sector participation, mass transit, regional integration, and some of the elements that create opportunities for funding from a DFI perspective. This is a little bit detailed and clumsy, but it summarizes the key funding solutions that we can provide as the DBSA, and working together with some of the funding partners. Some of them are here in the room as well. So when we look at the structures of the ownership or the implementation, we see that some of the funding we provide is on balance sheet, where we provide corporate loans to certain entities that are implementing transport infrastructure. An example is that we provided a lot of funding to Transnet for their CAPEX program. We're currently sitting at investments of at least 10 billion rand in terms of our corporate loans we've provided to Transnet. Outside of South Africa, we have done a lot of sovereign loans where we actually have a line of sight into specific road and transport infrastructure. Examples that I can give is the funding we've provided to the Ivorian government for specific roads infrastructure in the country. We've also supported the Angolan Minister of Finance for specific port infrastructure. This is what we call balance sheet type of land in terms of the funding solutions. Where a project is structured such that all the cash flows can be ring-fenced and they become the source of repayments, we then use what we call project financing structures, where we provide funding to those the sponsors of the project, and look around the cash flows to support the repayments. A lot of PPPs, a lot of PSP transactions that are coming through, DBSA is looking at them and supporting some of the participants in that structure. An important aspect in terms of the funding solutions we also offer is project preparation funding, which is support for early stage projects. This helps to transition projects from early stage into a bankable feasible stage, which then allows other participants to come through and be part of the whole funding structure. What we do, we provide what we call a recoverable grant, which enables the sponsor to then finalize their feasibility studies to ensure the project reaches bankable stage. And that way, we sort of lock in a right to fund the project itself and also get an opportunity to be appointed as a MLA in that way. In all these solutions that we're looking at, we are always looking at how we can catalyze other investors to come through. Why? Because the need is quite substantial. We have had numbers of 100 billion infrastructure deficit on an annual basis, and DBSA alone cannot support that on its own. So we are always looking at partners. When we look at the solutions, we're always wanting to catalyze some of these participants in that way. And how do we do that? One of the elements is we offer arranging services where we can be appointed as a mandated lead arranger, and then we can syndicate other funders into the structure to ensure that the client gets a fully funded solution. I've spoken about project prep, and behind project prep, we've got a number of third-party funds that we manage internally at the DBSA, which can also be channeled to some of the projects that will require such type of funding. And then finally, one of the most important things is the structuring of our funding is such that it enables other participants to come through. One of the aspects we do is we take long-dated tenors of projects. We also take uncovered tranche in a transaction that's covered, say, by ECIC or any other ECA. We can take the uncovered portion. What it does is that it enables private sector to come in and participate alongside the DBSA. In that way, we can bring in capital into the sector as well. We have also seen an element where some of the participants who want to put in their capital into the sector are not comfortable to take construction risk or early stage risk or long tenors into transactions. So what we do as a DBSA, we take in that early stage capital risk, we take in the tenor risk, and once we have de-risked the transaction, we can then offload that transaction to a private sector investor. That way, that will catalyze some private capital into the investments. These are some of the funds that we manage internally. I'm not going to spend much time on it, but we can always discuss it outside of this if any is of interest. And then just to summarize what we have done so far, in terms of the actual capital we have put in the transport sector, we have averaged between 4 to 4.5 billion rand in the sector over the past 3 years in terms of the capital that we have deployed in the sector. And that works to around about a third of the total disbursements that DBSA has on an annual basis. So we are quite an important player in the sector as well. Just wanted to summarize and end my presentation just to give you a highlight of some of the transactions that we have done in the sector across the continent to show you a spectrum of the different solutions that we can offer. One of the transactions we've done is a Gautrain, where we've provided some funding for the initial stage, the concessionaire there. We've also supported the Gautrain management agents project preparation facility and helping them in terms of preparing the expansion that is happening. We've provided some funding to the Tshwane Bus Rapid Transit project to buy some of the buses that we see in that system. Outside of South Africa, we've supported, alongside other funders, Ravinala Airports in Madagascar. Our funding was channeled towards the revitalization, rehabilitation, and upgrade of that infrastructure. In Tanzania, in supporting of our strategy around corridors, we're also supporting the Tanzanian government. We've provided hundreds of millions of rands in terms of US dollars support funding to enable them to implement, alongside other investors, the Tanzania standard gauge rail as well. Recently, we've approved a $200 million facility to the Lobito corridor, which is going to link up Angola and DRC to unlock mining and movement of mining resources from the country to the ports. This is some of the work that we have done as well. Without taking into, we also recognize that some of the infrastructure is implemented through the local government. That's why we continue to support the municipalities where they are involved in implementing infrastructure that involve transport sector as well. Hence, our support into the municipal space continue to be one of the key aspects in terms of our funding solutions. We've provided at least 4.6 billion in the last financial year to 5 metros in South Africa, and some of that money goes into transport, investing in transport sector. Let me end at that just to highlight that these are some of the aspects and these are some of the solutions that we can offer in the sector. We like to see the investments coming through. We like the PSP program that's coming through, and we are supporting some of the bidders in there. We are supporting some of the sovereigns across the continent in that space. And we are also looking at some of the e-mobility opportunities that are coming through, also cleaner sort of fuels to support the transport sector as well. Let me stop at that. I know it was quite a rush, but just to give you an idea of some of the solutions we can provide. I'm happy to take some few questions that you might have as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nes. A big round of applause, please. And we do have time for questions, so if there are any questions, let's see if we can bring them to the front. I'm looking for a show of hands. Nes, help me if I'm missing any hands. We're also open to comments. If there aren't any questions, we're also open to comments. So, Nes, I thought maybe it's very succinct, very clear, and hence no questions or comments. A very big thank you to you. Let's give Nes Ruo a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we move from a presentation that speaks to the catalytic role that the DBSA has played in terms of crowding in other funders, leveraging other funds in the investment drive behind transport infrastructure. Nes highlighted a couple of financial instruments that the DBSA is using and different modalities that they are using in order to reduce risk, to get in capital, and to ensure that transport infrastructure, our investment drive behind that, is realized. And so it makes sense then that the next conversation speaks to whether we've learned our lessons from funding private sector participations across the continent. What are these lessons? And more importantly, what has changed in the way in which we now approach funding private sector participation from those lessons? And that's what the next panel is all about. It's the final panel for the day. It will be followed by a conversation before we close. And so the moderator for this panel is standing by, coming into this conversation with a wealth of experience in corporate finance and investments, a chartered accountant, and the acting general manager of group corporate finance at Transnet. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Madame Olebekeng Marakala to the stage. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Trying to figure out where to stand. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be a moderator for this discussion. As we've heard, the topic for this panel is around unpacking the lessons that would have been learned from funding private sector participation projects around Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me on stage today to unpack this topic is representatives from some of the various funding institutions that are joining us here today that have been very instrumental in funding infrastructure projects across Africa. Please help me in welcoming our panelists. We are joined by Mr. Khona Nkanza, who is the Vice President for Structured Product Solutions at Africa Finance Corporation. Our next panelist is Ms. Portia Dube, who is the Head of Business Development at Export Credit Import Corporation. Ms. Dube. Our next panelist is Mr. Simpiwe Jankis, who is the Head of East Central and West Africa for the DBSA. Then we've got Mr. Mike Salau, who is the Director for Infrastructure and Urban Development at the African Development Bank. And lastly, we are joined by Ms. Nina Yos, who is the Head of Infrastructure at the IC. Okay, well, Ms. Yose, I don't see her making her way, but I think we can get seated. Okay, she's just making her way up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you for joining us for this important conversation. Now, we all know the importance of public-private partnerships and the role that they play in unlocking economic growth through infrastructure development. They certainly offer complementary sources of finance to public investments and also offer solutions to some of the challenges that are experienced by the public sector. And I mean, certainly from Transnet, and you would have heard from some of the conversations that happened earlier, we definitely understand the importance of PSPs in unlocking value for our economy. However, one of the challenges that have been noted is that Africa is ranked amongst the lowest when it comes to infrastructure development, investment, and preservation. And in an article that I read, and I think I heard one of the other speakers make reference to it earlier, is around the infrastructure financing gap that is experienced in Africa, being estimated at around $100 billion US per annum. And one of the factors that affect deal flow is the inadequate capacity in identifying, developing, structuring public-private sector projects that are bankable to bring to the market. Now, on the back of that, I would like to invite each of you to please talk to us around some of the infrastructure projects that each of your institutions have been involved in across Africa. And if you can, please also just highlight what are the challenges that those projects aim to solve for. And I think most importantly, to also just understand or unpack what have been the success factors. I think it's quite an important aspect to also touch on. I'm going to approach this panel discussion differently in that I'm going to allow each of you to please talk to or respond to that question, and then we'll get into the next round of questions. So I'll start with you, Mr. Khana, if you can talk to us about the work that the AFC is doing.
Sure, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So just as an opening, so AFC is an infrastructure finance provider, one of the largest on the continent. We've been in existence for just over 17 years now. We have a balance sheet size of $13.5 billion. We work on the construct of member countries, so today close to 95% of African sovereigns are now members of AFC, of which close to 15 of those countries are now equity members of AFC. So as an infrastructure finance provider, we provide long-term capital, predominantly to reduce the infrastructure gap on the continent. We have participated in a number of private sector transactions, sovereign facilities, as well as project development for key infrastructure projects on the continent. And really, the response to the question largely speaks to some of the thematic issues that we see today. So first being the need, as you mentioned, to continue to invest in infrastructure to the extent that it closes the gap on the continent. The second is to address the current economic impacts that global climate change and sustainability is having on our ability to grow that infrastructure. And then lastly, in order to source the relevant capital that is able to provide the long-term capital needs of these projects. And lastly, I should mention also speaking to the interconnectivity that the projects have across different countries and the continent at large. Now, some of the projects that we have been involved in, to the extent that they provide for a lot of these thematic issues, are ones like the Lobito Corridor, as my colleague had spoken to earlier. Now, this is a close to 800-kilometer greenfield development of a rail project that's meant to connect the mining resources within Zambia, the DRC, connecting into an existing line in Angola through to the port of Lobito. That project, at this point in time, is instrumental to these key countries. We're the lead developer on the project, and what that is hoping to solve is for the ability to extract the raw materials that will go into the electronic vehicle environment, but also not just as an extractive industry, but also to promote the manufacturing and beneficiation of these products before they're exported. The next project that I'll speak about is another rail project in Nigeria, which is what we call the Kano Maradi Rail Project. This is a close to 300-kilometer rail project that starts in the north of Nigeria all the way into Niger. This project is a $2.2 billion project. We as AFC are one of the mandate lead arrangers on that project. That project in itself is expected to transport over 27 million people, promote economic activity within the area of northern Nigeria into Niger, connecting these two border towns, which will facilitate additional trade activity. Now, this particular project solves a number of key issues. The over-reliance on road networks, which on an annual basis needs to be rehabilitated, but then secondly, the ability to move large bulk cargo between two countries that need that trade activity. The last I'll speak to is a power infrastructure project, which slightly sits outside of transport, but really speaks to the ability to have a collaborative effort between countries. Recently, we participated in a €500 million transaction to develop a 128 megawatt hydropower dam in Senegal, in the north of Senegal, in an area called Kedougou. This project in itself benefits 4 countries: Senegal, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and the Gambia. This project is effectively going to create an additional platform of power generation that will spur economic activities within 4 regional countries. Now, when we look at these projects, we look at the ability to build into the value chain. So all of these projects in isolation are significant as they are, but what we are focused on is the downstream effect that it has on the rest of the economies, not just in the country where it's being built, but in the surrounding regions.
Thank you for that. I think one of the things that I like about one of the projects you made mention to, and we can certainly resonate with that, it is around how you're looking to obviously assist in the moving of cargo from road to rail, and that's definitely something that we are also quite intentional about. Can I ask you then, Ms. Portia, to talk to us then about the role that the ECIC has played in the continent and the challenges again and some of the success factors?
Thanks. I think maybe one of the comments that we get a lot is that they don't know who the ECIC is and what we do. So I will start by saying that we are a state-owned entity. We're under the Department of Trade and Industry. We are South Africa's export credit agency. We are not we don't provide guarantees, we provide insurance, but we work like a lot of other OECD ECAs, and we provide political and commercial risk insurance. And the support that we provide for transactions is threefold. Directly to the manufacturer. As South Africa's ECA, we're there to support the export of South African goods as well as services. So the support that we provide to manufacturers and exporters is varied, but it could be in the form of pre-export finance, where a company has got an order and has manufactured and is about to ship out their goods. Then all of a sudden a political risk event takes place, maybe war breaks out, and we are able to cover them for the cost of what they had put into that order. We can also provide support in the form of working capital cover and guarantees. So they will work with their bank as usual to provide working capital for that export contract, but we will cover the bank for up to 90% for the working capital or the guarantees. It could be bid bonds, advance payment guarantees, performance guarantees. Throughout the day, we've heard about the constraints, the financial constraints that a lot of our OEMs will suffer from. So when we provide that cover to the bank, to the value of 90% in the form of guarantees and working capital, it means that the manufacturer or exporter does not have to provide cash collateral for up to 90%, and which enables them to utilize that cash for other projects, either domestically or to bid for more projects on the rest of the continent. We can also provide support to the financiers themselves. So they work with yourselves, and as you know, when you get your credit lines, there is a limit. It's not, infinite. And what we do is we provide cover to the bank, and then they substitute the project risk in that country or the counterparty that they're dealing with that of South African government. So our role really is to crowd in financiers to enable finance for those projects. If you look at the ECIC from inception, we have been involved in various projects, rail-related. A lot of them that have worked very well, I say, are really where we have private sector involvement. As you can appreciate, there are constraints with sovereigns, and we see it a lot in the inability to provide guarantees for projects, which a lot of lenders need or require to have to manage the transactions. So we do provide comprehensive cover from political risk. So political risk could be events like currency unavailability and convertibility. It could be war, civil disturbance. In the case of assets moving, it could be also terrorism, expropriation, protracted default by the sovereign as well. And we also provide commercial risk cover, which could be insolvency and protracted default. So what we effectively guaranteeing is that in the event that things go wrong, you can come to SA government to make you whole, and the project continues, and we remain in the transaction, sovereign to sovereign, until the project maybe turns around or it gets back on its feet, but it enables the South African exporter to continue to do business, which is what we want them to do, and to generate exports. We've done projects in Botswana, DRC, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and under a variety of structures, lease structures, some of them outright purchases, etc. And maybe most recently, which hasn't gone very well, is support for rail project into Ghana, which was for the sovereign, and it was an infrastructure development project, but fortunately for our South African exporters and our lenders, they were made whole, but we have paid out claims, I think, to a value of about $80 million. But that just solidifies the value of not going into those transactions without your ECA support.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely agree that the role that the ECIC plays is quite important in facilitating export trade for South Africa. Mr. Mike, if I can then ask you to please speak to the work that the AFDB is doing in the continent, and again talking to the challenges and some of the success factors.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I think this morning the Vice President in his opening speech has actually provided a strategic role of the bank, what the bank does on the continent, by providing financing for development, but not just financing, but also policy advice to its regional member countries, and also building institutions that contribute to actually drive development on the African continent. We do this by providing few instruments of financing, what we call typically a public sector financing instrument, which are loans that we can provide with a long-term view, and then concessional loan, and also some market-based rate, which is nevertheless a very, very low rate because we are a AAA institution, and we are able to raise funding at a very affordable cost that we pass on to our client. That is our developmental mandate, that give us that kind of possibility. We also provide loan to private sector. And I think this is a topic also here about PPP, where we provide loan, equity, quasi-equity, mezzanine, and so on, and also guarantee that really help to catalyze private sector investment on the continent. And also this, compared to what we can see on the market, is actually long duration. That's one of the competitive advantage. And also, if you calculate all the costs of funding, it's also very, very competitive as well. So that's, again, to use our heart of development institution. So coming to PPP, I think, the bank has overall supported, I'd say, in the last 10 years or so, 78 PPP projects on the continent, totaling 4.7 billion in terms of commitment. And that's across all the sectors, transport, energy, water, and so on. And some of them have been very transformational in terms of the PPP experience of the countries that we are supporting. Just to cite a few examples, Lake Turkana wind project in Kenya, actually one of the largest wind power projects in Africa, and also the single largest private sector investment mobilized into Kenya in Kenyan history. So this is actually very transformational. It has actually provided, very clean power for Kenya ahead of many countries, because this is some years back in 2013. And the bank played a lead arranger role in this particular one, and then provided also about 853, a lead arranger role for 853 million to support that project. The second example I can give is in the water sector. Some of you here may know Kigali bulk water project, which is also the first, PPP project in water sector in Rwanda to really provide potable and clean water, the bulk to people of Rwanda, and which has also been very transformational because, it's also one of the first largest private sector investment mobilized into Rwanda. In transport sector, we have done quite a few PPPs. I can just mention a couple of them. One is right here in this region, the Nakala project, Nakala Corridor project, whereby we joined forces with other DFI to, link the port of Nakala, the mining region of Tete in Mozambique through Malawi to Nakala port. That is a landmark project that we actually financed through a PPP, and that was the only way we could actually mobilize the scale of financing that was required. So again, the catalytic role of the bank was actually demonstrated there. In Dakar, we're also very present in the urban space to really, facilitate urban mobility. So in Senegal, in Dakar, we have actually, done a PPP project, one of the first in the country, on the Dakar to Diamniadio toll highway, which is, a significant project to really reduce the time it takes to go from Dakar to the airport, and thereby also reducing the CO2 emission and so on and so forth, because less time in traffic and so on to do this thing. And then the last one, which is also home where we are based, our headquarters in Abidjan, is what we call Henri Konan-Bédier Bridge, which is a landmark bridge that we have actually helped to structure as a PPP. And today it's become a very good time saver for people of Abidjan that will navigate between the Cocody area to the airport. So these are some of the projects that we have done. As I mentioned, 78 in total. And recently we have approved our PPP PPP framework. That is not because, well, that was back in 2022. It's not because, that was the first time the bank was doing a PPP, but because we had an approach that was not targeted or unified. So the framework allows us to really signal to the market that the bank is serious to scale up in, PPP by having the three key pillars. One is enable environment. I think colleagues have already mentioned that the critical importance of having the right enable environment to drive PPP is critical. And for this, in our countries, it has to go to regulatory framework and also capacity building for those institutions that are involved in this thing. The second one, which for us is a game changer, is what we call Pillar 2, is project preparation and advisory services. To really drive the pipeline of PPP, you need to invest in advisory services because that gives you the PPP program and also capacity that countries are actually required to actually have a long-term view for their PPPs. And the third one is what we have been doing from day one is financing. These also come with a new innovative product on, like partial risk guarantee. My colleague here was talking about risk, and then also, partial credit guarantee. Those are instruments that really help to de-risk or credit enhance PPP project to really catalyze that investment. And I think we have been deploying this very successfully in many countries. But that said, PPP is very complex undertaking. And we also tend to say that it's not to be seen as a financing instrument. It's a delivery mechanism. It's really to enhance the performance of the asset that need to be built through private sector innovation and private sector financing also, most of the time. So it's very important to have that in mind, that it's a delivery mechanism and not just considered as a financing thing. But you need to watch out for a few things because there are risks involved, right? Something that we have noticed as experience doing PPP is number one thing is that's so important is a political support, what we call a political commitment. You cannot do a PPP in a country that's on a viable basis without a political commitment because before anything, that infrastructure is a public service. It's a government responsibility to provide that service. So if government is not committed to PPP, it will fail. So therefore, you have to start with that. It's secure government commitment, long-term commitment to PPP, and that also reassures the private sector entity that's coming to take that risk. Secondly, it's also the capacity, because structuring the PPP, as we said, is complex. As private sector have a lot of capacity, government side normally, most of the time would have less capacity than the private sector. So that makes negotiation very skewed and have a high transaction cost. So therefore, we need to also build capacity of a government to anticipate and go through the process with the country. The third is you have to do all the steps required. Feasibility study. My colleague from DBSA was talking about the critical importance of preparing project. But again, it's also very important by not just preparing project like a public sector kind of project, but also bringing all the risk allocation, financial viability, and so on, and modeling, and so on. So that capacity is also required, and therefore we have created a fund, or we are creating a fund in the bank called African PPP Development Fund to really support our member countries. This is the public sector side, to upscale their skill and then prepare this project for them so they can better negotiate with the thing. So, another thing also we have been seeing is a policy consistency. Government will make a decision because PPP is a long-term undertaking. If there's no policy consistency, government change and then you change policy, then you are sending the wrong signal to the private sector and all the people interested in the PPP in the country. So it's very important to ensure policy consistency so that private sector can actually have a long-term view and commitment to a particular country to actually drive the PPP. But the bank has been, again, stepping in this context to really provide a critical instrument that's required to actually drive these things. So in terms of just a few strategic instruments that we have put in place is ALSF, as some of you here might know it, is Africa Legal Support Facility. It's very important. Otherwise, contract negotiation becomes a very key. I'm mindful of the time. I'm going to leave the time for my colleague to actually. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think 78 PPPs is quite a commendable record. Mr. Simpiwe, if you could please also just talk to us then about the work that the DBSA does. I mean, we heard from the previous panelists, but if you can complement in identifying then the key projects that you've participated in and highlighting some of the challenges and the key success factors.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I think, yes, my colleague has done the work in terms of introducing the DBSA. But for me, I think the key is just to highlight the fact that perhaps in the audience, people may not know that the DBSA is working in the continent. About 7 years ago, we started a team that focuses directly on East, Central, and West Africa, because our traditional market has been South Africa and Southern Africa. Glad to announce that, we started the team and the exposure of the DBSA in that market was less than 4% of the total book, but we're now quickly approaching 20% of the total book DBSA is around 128 billion rands in terms of its balance sheet. And in that exposure, in terms of PPP projects, we are sitting pretty much 50% of that exposure in the outside of SADC region in the PPP space. Whether you are talking LNG terminals, gas pipelines, gas-to-power projects, TVET colleges being run on a PPP basis, that's essentially we've been there. Most of the projects that we've been, the colleagues have mentioned, we've partnered with them. We work very closely with all the colleagues that are here. I think for me, it's to really zoom into the challenges, right? And so, common themes that we see across a lot of projects. Related to what one of my colleagues mentioned here, the issue around policy commitment. I think there's just our policies in the continent are geared towards curbing malfeasance rather than increasing efficiencies when it comes to execution. Rightfully so, as a continent, we've experienced a lot of corruption and so on, but what I see this has done is that our policies are geared towards that. Let me make an example. For an example, the time it takes to take a concession approved, it takes an extremely long time. A time it takes to just get an amendment for a concession agreement, it takes a long time. Now, PPP projects, by their nature, they face a lot of dynamic aspects. So by the time you get the amendment in place, a lot of things have moved. EPC costs have escalated. Your permits have expired. A number of things that were critical to the bankability of the project are now not applicable. Interest rates have gone up. Now the project cash flows are not making sense. You now have to go and negotiate and open another discussion now that talks to tariffs, right? That becomes also another year. So there's just that sense of us focusing more on corruption and curbing corruption rather than also incorporate this very important element that talks to the time. And that's just that sense of urgency that we're not picking up, whether we're talking from us as financiers, as government as well. If I look at us as financiers as well, some of the things that have frustrated me with some of the colleagues that we work with is, why are we having decision makers only sitting maybe once or two times a year? There's a sense of urgency in the continent. There's a 100 billion gap in terms of infrastructure, but that sense of urgency I'm not really picking up in terms of how we do things. Then the other element is projects that are not well structured from a bankability perspective, right? And it could be a number of things. It could be a number of things. It could be just the pure structure, the financing structure. It could be, a PPA that was not considering the term of the financing that would be required. And I guess this also speaks to, your lack of project development funding. That capital is very scarce in the continent, and I can count in my hand the institutions that are able to provide this kind of capital. And also another element that I've picked up is that generally our project developers and our state-owned entities, they don't necessarily want to use experienced financial advisors. Just want to put it out there, I've seen the value in projects and the success in projects where a project has actually appointed an experienced financial advisor. And project finance is an expertise, right? So if you are in corporate finance, in a corporate environment, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are a project finance expert. But when we've seen that where a project, either it's done by an SOE, but there's a project finance expert within the SOE, or they hire the services of a financial advisor, we've tended to see those projects doing very well because that financial advisor is able to anticipate some of the things that we will want as lenders. And while the concession agreement, as an example, is still being drafted and negotiated, they're able to put in that valuable input that then prevents us, when we come in, to then require those amendments, which I then said that they will take 2 or 3 years. Now, moving into the success factors, I think I must say, in the continent, there has been studies that PPP projects in the continent of Africa are actually doing better than everywhere in the world in terms of their bankability, in terms of them being able to pay back and their rates of default. They are doing better than everywhere in the world. This is a study that was done by Moody's. Same here as the DBSA, we haven't really experienced serious problems in terms of PPP projects in the continent. Success factors in Ghana, liberalized energy market as an example. We supported a small IPP project that was supplying power to the gold mining sector in Ghana. They have now grown to be the sole provider of power to the gold mining sector in Ghana. They've grown to be the largest owner of gas pipelines in Ghana. They've grown to be one of the only IPPs that sells power to a neighboring country. They've recently signed a PPA with Cote d'Ivoire, as an example. What has caused that? Liberalized regulation. In Ghana, there's a regulated and unregulated market in the energy space. So they were able to sell power, to the sector. They were given the permission and the permits to build gas pipelines, and now they've basically grown and they've become a very, very strong utility that serves the entire West Africa. Add to that, the trend as well that you've seen is strong local developers. They tend to take a different approach in terms of African risk. And I think where we are able to support our local strong developers of projects, we tend to see quite a lot of success. And lastly, in terms of the success factors, where we have strong private sector off-takers as well, that's where we've seen successes. One person mentioned in the morning that we must be wary of certain companies monopolizing this PSP space and so on and so forth. I've always had a very different, maybe people can say it's controversial and so on, but everywhere we do things, we need to start somewhere. And if it means that certain PSPs are done by well-established private companies just for us to start, what is wrong with that? If we have a long-term view of saying the smaller guy out there, we will support along the way. However, to ensure that these projects are bankable and they move very quickly, what's wrong with us supporting those PSPs that are done by very strong and more established private sector companies? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Nina, I'll allow you last to then talk to us about the work that the IDC is doing.
Thank you. So the IDC is the Industrial Development Corporation. Our role is industrialization, both in South Africa as well as the rest of Africa. And infrastructure is an enabler of that industrialization. To date, we've participated in more the private sector play support. Most recently, we did, there was a project we did in Uganda for energy as well as logistics. It was a combination, as well as cold storage in East Africa. We have just recently revised our rest of Africa strategy to include all these projects that everyone is working on. I know we're working on with most of the other DFIs or most of these corridors. And talking to the corridors is really that we don't do infrastructure indiscriminately, that it is linked to industrialization. On the challenges that we've experienced, what I've seen at least on projects on the continent is more on the exchange controls. It really it's basically a question of the revenues that you're receiving. If they're in local currency and you have a weakening currency against the US dollar and something happens in your project and your prepayments go out a little bit longer, that becomes a challenge. And the other one is changes in regulation. You don't anticipate changes in regulation at the beginning of a project. However, things do happen along the way. And really what I've seen as well is that the success of projects is in the design. Everyone's spoken about project development, project preparation. It's really in the design of the project upfront, whether you are ring fencing your revenues, whether it's making sure that you've got the best lawyers preparing your legal agreements, market studies that you've really find, independently verified your market studies. So really it's in the design that then your project will succeed. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have run out of time, but this has certainly been an insightful discussion. I've certainly learned a lot from just listening to the various projects and the work that it is that you've done. I think the key theme that's obviously come out here is the importance of project development and the funding of those to ensure that we bring to the market bankable projects that can ensure sustainability and ultimately growth. I'm not sure if there's any questions on the floor that you'd like to pose to our panelists before we close off.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening up for questions and comments from Olebogeng. If you'd like to engage with the panel, this is your opportunity. And I'm scanning Olebogeng. I think you guys have done an excellent job, and there aren't any further questions. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to proceed with our program. A big thank you to Olebogeng for that conversation and the insights that were brought to the surface, and a massive congratulations to her and her panel. That concludes the panels for our program. As we make our way to the end of our program, we turn our attention now to a conversation which is focused on ports as enablers of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'm going to invite to join me onto stage Madame Lebogang Letsoalo, who is Transnet board member. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. Thank you very much, Madame. And joining us is Mr. Moshe Mutlohi, acting CEO of Transnet National Ports Authority. Let's give him a big round of applause, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, our attempt here is not to have yet another panel discussion. In fact, one of the ways in which we'll know whether we are successful or not is the less I speak, the better. And just to really allow my panelists to engage with a light touch intervention from myself. Again, I'd like to invite you to bring your questions or bring your comments into the conversation, and I'll certainly make sure that the microphone is available to you.
Someone left here.
Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
So I want to do this a little bit differently. Ladies and gentlemen, typically in a panel discussion, it's at the end of the panel discussion where you're invited to ask a question or a comment. I'm going to ask you to disrupt us a little bit. If somebody is burning to make a contribution in the conversation, at the point where we are in the conversation, I'm going to challenge you just to stand up. And I'm going to make sure that I bring the microphone to you, and we do this just a little bit differently and disrupt the conversation just a little bit more. But Lebogang, I'm going to start off with you.
Oh, perfect.
And if we go back to, one of the things that Nonto spoke about this morning, she spoke about headlines. And if we go back to a positive headline that we saw earlier this year, there was a lot of coverage of South Africa's first shipment from the port of Durban under the African Continental Free Trade Area. My question to you is, how do we ensure that we don't lose momentum? And in particular, what are some of the trade volumes that we are envisioning are going to be realized under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm going to write on the protocol that has been observed. Moshe, between the two of us, I think we're standing between people going home and networking as well. Listen, I think it's very important, colleagues, for us to understand what AFTA is all about before we even get into the volumes and what we aim to achieve, and also the few volumes that went out of the Durban port. Just setting the context, the Africa Free Continental Trade is a continental agreement that has been agreed upon amongst 54 of 55 countries in Africa. And the aim is to really be able to increase intertrading amongst African countries. But the second part of it, and I think we've been talking about it right now, and also in the previous sessions, is around reducing the tariffs in terms of exporting as well as importing, which is very critical for Africa. But more so, be able to increase competitiveness and integrations among African countries. So that's very critical to understand. And why are we doing that? To decrease our dependencies among European countries, among other countries as well. So if you understand that in the context of our economy in Africa, most of the work and most of our economy, we're now striving more towards industrialization. So with industrialization, we have key economic sectors right now that are of focus, which is part of the African Free Continental Trade Area. And most of them is really around the value chains that we see to be instrumental in terms of growing Africa to be a 3.1 trillion dollars.
Market.
Yes, market, which we aim to achieve by 2030. So that's really setting the scene around how we make everything in Africa, how we beneficiate, and obviously all of that has to be transported.
Yeah.
So I think the one part that I want to bring forward in really setting the scene is the specific value chains which are of priority in terms of AFTA. That's agro-processes, that's pharmaceuticals. The third one is transport and logistics already has been set as a priority sector, which is of focus, and automobile. So those four value chains have been identified as priority sectors that we have to look at. Now, let's look at the volumes. And I had to set that so that we understand why we're even talking about AFTA. Africa as a whole, we're contributing 4% of world trade. And we don't trade amongst each other. So if you look at South Africa in terms of its context, our trading is more with Asia, with US as well, but we don't trade amongst each other in terms of African countries. And if you look at now the future volumes that has been set, that has been forecasted in terms of automobile industry, in terms of agro-processing, we have to do more in terms of how we industrialize in terms of the industry. So I think in really pulling this context together really brings forward as to what AFTA is all about and why the trading as well, and really the anticipated volumes, and we're going to talk about that, especially on the maritime side.
Yes.
Where, because this discussion is really around ports. I mean, it's anticipated that the volumes in maritime will increase from 58 million tons to around 132 to 140 million tons. So those are the projections based on the volumes that we're seeing in any of these value chains.
I think that's fantastic because I had wanted to circle back to a number that Nez had put up on the screen when he was talking about maritime traffic, and he was saying that Africa accounts for only 6% of global maritime traffic. And so it's quite useful to hear you speak to the numbers because we're trying to really unpack how do we move from 6% to a bigger share of global maritime traffic? And it's good to hear you talk about some of those, that tonnage. But Moshe, let me complicate it a little bit further. Nez gave me a lot of ammunition. The other thing that he said up here on stage, he said it takes 20 days for a container to clear, typically, in African ports. And he said that this is compared to about 4 days, which is about the global average. And of course, we can imagine that that contributes to the cost of business and all of those delays. The question to you then, Moshe, is How is Transnet planning to enable the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, particularly around logistical efficiency and connectivity, which has really been the conversation we're having today, but it's the connectivity of the ports and the logistical efficiency of ports. How do we ensure that we're able to reduce that 20 days and even maybe beat the 4 days that's the global average?
Thank you very much. Greetings, colleagues. Look, I think if we were to start there, I must put up front that the South African ports are not sitting in that space of 20 days. But because we are trading with other partners within the region, it's something that is of interest to us. What we have then done is to say, for example, if you're taking Durban port,
yes,
it is the beginning of the north-south corridor. This corridor is looking at moving cargo between South Africa all the way to DRC, Lubumbashi, at the Copper Belt. Now, there are things that were mentioned here earlier on the legislative-related issues, because you need to have one single rules of cross-border management. That is one key area that has to be dealt with, so that if you clear goods from the destination, by the time it gets to the port, it's all cleared up. So we need to work around this connectivity of the continent and the region. Pandelani was beginning to talk to it. As the Ports Authority, we are right now in the market looking at getting a system that will help us to have one single view of what is coming through the ports, so that the port terminals can start preparing for that. But as you do this, you need also to analyze this information. What does it mean to you? If you take in the South African context again, the N3 linking Johannesburg and Durban is being extended. If the port does not extend its own road networks, it's going to become the next bottleneck, because the goods will move fast from Johannesburg to the port. But now we're busy. This is how Transnet has responded, to put our own road maintenance network that is looking at complementing what is happening. And in our space, therefore, what has not been mentioned here is the importance of working with other state organs, because for ports authorities, it is important that besides the private sector participants, which we embrace, you also work with other law enforcement agencies, because these are the bodies that plan the road networks, and you can start working with them and say, how do you increase this capacity? But as a way now of saying we want also our ports to be efficient, we have come up with the port development plans for all the commercial ports we have, where we have started clustering goods along similar lines, so that we don't have mix of goods coming in. In that way, we know we're going to get economies of scale. This is how we've structured the port from Richards Bay to Saldanha. But we also now are encouraging the use of waterways. We're talking with the private sector interested on introducing what is called short sea shipment. In this way, we then say there's still an opportunity of moving cargo between South African ports and other regional ports. In this, we're starting looking at Mozambique to Angola on the west coast. So those are going to really open up space, because we understand that our ports are not only servicing us, they are servicing the hinterland, which is part of this important region, SADC. But we also have looked going forward to say, what is the projected growth when it comes to cargo from south of Dar es Salaam to Port of Matadi on the west coast? In DRC, we know there's about 16 million TEUs coming up, and we're beginning to position ourselves as a major player in that, and we embrace other ports coming on stream, but we're watching our space. As part of now saying, how do we make the port to be efficient? We're using our tools of bringing new players. This is where we embrace private sector. Go to market, call for new operators who are going to bring what Nono was saying here, new ways of doing things, new investment, and planting new culture. So when we go to market, we look at people who know their story and try and bring them in so that we can augment what we have. We also have looked now at saying, to what extent do we get those who are in the system not to drop their guards? So we're looking at many things that only this country is doing, of putting oversight platforms. We're still learning in this, because other countries don't have the same complexities as us, but we're working on saying, to what extent do you use your oversight levers to push those that are in the system without really destroying value into the system. So this is where we're at in as far as this, but we're watching the space and we are aware that we cannot, from our ports, service all the countries in the region, but in the continent. But if we're taking it according to the regional blocks, SADC, then the East Africa will do the same. So as West, then we're going to have a much integrated Africa. Lastly, we have identified few ports that are going to be hubs of different commodities. In this way, we then say we want to reduce the cost of moving units into the country. Durban becomes the hub for containers, Richards Bay for minerals. In this way, we then say, if there's stuff that has to come to the continent, you can use Durban, drop it in Durban, and move it with another ship to another country within the continent. In that way, it gives us economies of scale and reduce the unit cost.
I think, Moshe, there's a lot that you've given us in that response, from the regional economic communities to hubs, to looking at new players and how we enable them. But one of the early things that you've said keeps coming back, because it's been a conversation and a thread that's been bubbling under the surface today. You started off by talking about regulation, and in making sure that regulation is coordinated and that the rules are, if not the same, at least similar. That's always been a big ticket item for the private sector. Are we making progress, in your view?
Yes, I think we are. Starting with ourselves, we've been very rigid before, but right now we're embracing them, because we are here to serve customers. Where things are not making sense, I'm sitting with a board member here, there are others seated there on the table. So these are the people who also understand exactly what needs to be changed within our space. And we have made some interesting amendments as to how we're viewing the relationship with customers, and we sit with other government agencies to surface issues that are inhibiting the movement of cargo. And from where I'm sitting, I think there's progress that is being made. There's something that I did not mention, besides the good things that come with ports, but there are also bad things that can arise if not being considered. For example, environment takes the biggest knock here. Because if you've got more trucks coming into any port city, as we have seen in Richards Bay, Durban, you start impacting on the environment. Or if you've got industries that do not care about how they conduct their own businesses, they start impacting. And this then brings about conflict between us and the municipalities, because they have to take care of their citizens. As part of our responsiveness to this, we have put dedicated teams to say to what extent we extricate ourselves out of that situation, so that we can have interventions that make us to be progressive in as far as environmental response is concerned. And I'm happy because all the port cities have got their own MOUs with municipalities, where we then say, how do we expand the ports? To this, we have now started looking at extended gates. Most of the traffic that comes from the neighboring countries, they get into any port city at night, they are tired, they want to sleep around. Because there's no facilities. Now we're building facilities outside of the port where they can have decent resting stations, which will then make people not to complain about trucks causing nuisance. So this is something that we're doing. And we say, as we become smart port, we also want to introduce the concept of smart growth. As you grow, you have to think, where do you want to grow to? Instead of competing for the same land as the municipalities, products that are coming into your port, are they congruent with what the cities are doing? So all of that has to come in, and we're using all the information we have, working with institutions of higher learnings to develop that new value proposition.
I love the concept of smart growth, and I can see, Lebogang, that you want to add to that as well. I'm doing a quick scan. I don't know if Mike being on his feet means he wants to contribute to the conversation. I did say if I see anyone walking around, we're going to bring you a microphone so you can integrate yourself into the conversation. But I think I'd love to hear your comment on the smart growth, Lebogang. And then I want to talk a little bit about the specifics, for you to talk to us a little bit about 2 or 3 examples of specific investments into ports and ports infrastructure that we can anticipate that are on the horizon or in the pipeline. Over to you.
All right. I just want to speak more around policy and framework. If you look at maritime is highly regulated. That's one part in terms of the operational side. But the second part is that there has been a lot of changes in terms of reforms from the government. in terms of what Transnet is supposed to be implementing. Obviously, it's changing the way we are going to be doing business. Yes, there is a frustration around PSPs in terms of the elongated process that it takes for us to complete with the transaction. But you know, I'm not going to say unfortunately, we are a state-owned entity.
Yes.
That has to subscribe to certain policies. But also at the same time, there's a bit of leniency as well that has been given to Transnet on some of the Transnet initiatives that are going to be enhancing our recovery in terms of getting us to the volumes that we require in the future. So as much as we are highly regulated, there are all these policies, we have enablers that has been provided to Transnet to be able to do that. So now I also want to bring an element of REX, because
Yes.
you touched a bit on that. We belong in African countries to different REX.
Yes.
SADC, we are part of us, we know ECOWAS, EAC, and so forth. And as sovereign states, we make our own decisions, new policies, so we are not harmonized from the African context in terms of policy and frameworks, unfortunately. So if you bring the context of ACFTA into play, and we want to enable regional integration, and we want to make sure that ports are efficient, and look at the policies as well, that's where we have to get it right from the policymakers' perspective. But also bring also an aspect of interconnectivity, not only on the port side.
Right.
Because you're talking about efficiencies. How do we become efficient? Most of the time, we start to think around the ports, maritime. The reality is that for ports to be enabled, there's an interlink with all the other modes of transport. So that's the case, and us being able to say that if you now improve on cross-border work, you improve on the rail, how do you enable the ports in terms of efficiency as well? Because there is a link between that. So I think efficiency is relative to how do we also invest in other modes of transport in the industry.
And I think it's consistent with what we heard from Mr. Keynote earlier on, to say we need to think multimodal. We need to think about transport in the context of a system rather than standalone. But there was an earlier presentation that spoke about the ports race and actually highlighted the fact that ports seem to be getting the lion's share in terms of investments compared to other transport infrastructure systems. So I'm keen to, rather than talk about the why, I'm keen to hear what are some of the specific projects in the pipeline that are either already known or are going to be known very soon that can speak to. Maybe Moshe, you can kick us off, and then Lebogang, you can add to some of those.
Yeah, maybe if I may, let me start with where we've brought in PSP, private sector participation. There are two projects in the Port of Richards Bay. One has got Transnet Pipeline, our sister division, in partnership with VOPEC. We have just awarded them a business for Zululand Energy Terminal. Still in Richards Bay, there's a container handling facility, and those who have been watching space there would be excited that this has been a point of contention for the longest of time, where community in Richards Bay wanted a container terminal. Same thing in Durban, we have issued a terminal license to a facility that is going to handle edible oils. So we've got those. We have just been on the media recently, where we bought about 7 tugboats that are meant to improve the efficiency of the port. 2 of them are in East London, 5 are in Durban. We bought 2 launch boats that are in the Port of Cape Town. We are busy with some of the dredgers that are going to be made in the Port of Durban. So there's massive investment in as far as that space is concerned, and that is directly impacting how we are dealing with this. We've got a number of other projects that are still out in the market where we're going to be advocating across the port system to award new players to come into the space. So that's what we do. There's a new port that we're speaking about in Pukubai in the Northern Cape. So we really now are waking up to say, let's get in there. But what we then accept is that not all of this can be done by us. We're bringing people who can assist us and work through here. We're using, again, the tool, using Yolisa's desk of choosing strategic partners for the sister port arrangements.
Yes.
Where we have decided that we want to have partners in Far East, at least 2 major ports, that are going to support the hub concept you're speaking about in South Africa, so that you don't have to go around, you go to those ports, then you come to Durban, you find that they become the hub to help the continent. We have identified 3 ports in Europe, Hamburg, Rotterdam, and Antwerp, because we know they've got something that we want as the South African ports.
Yeah.
In the Americas, we also have got Long Beach and Miami, because we also are big in tourism and pushing this new market where we getting small business people to benefit into this. In Durban, we launched a new cruise terminal 2 years ago. So there's work that is being done. In the continent, we have identified that we must have one major relationship in the East Africa, Tanzania. We must have one major one, West Africa, Ghana. Not to say that we don't want relationship, but we're just saying as hub. Then North Africa as well, we want to have those relationships, because we know once we do this, we can quickly assist with the movement of goods between the continent, and also to help use our own capability of how to run ports to share with others. I've got an executive manager for dredging here. We have spent some time in Mozambique 2 years ago where we're helping them to dredge. And we also say we can use our own capability besides the hardcore craft just to sell the know-how that we have. We've got a school here in the same facility where we can use the same platform of the school to empower the African continent. So this is how we come to the party, and we drive in those interventions.
So it's, and I'm sure you might have a few more to add to that, Lebogang, but that was a long list, Moshe, that you shared, and it's a long list that not only starts in South Africa, but goes as far as the Americas, goes as far as Europe, really, and speaking, of course, to some of those connections to the rest of the continent. Would you want to add to that, Lebogang?
I think Moshe has covered most of the examples, but I think also bringing it closer to home is that the mining sector itself has got a lot of small-scale miners.
Yes.
And most of, and which I find to be a bit of a challenge, is that most of these miners are given licenses to operate. However, there's no integration with the access to infrastructure, like rail and so forth, which integrates into the ports. But I think the case that is coming our way, and we're seeing it lately, is that private sector injection and the interest to be players as part of PSPs where they know they have mines, they have certain capacities, then they can invest into rail and obviously make an impact in terms of our port volumes as well. So I'm trying to just bring it closer to home, not even to forget that just the small-scale miners that we have, not just the big mines that we have in our country, that they have that leverage to also get some funding that can really support us in the business.
Moshe?
In fact, in that point, you were mentioning the issue of the intermodalism.
Yes.
This is what we've now begun to embrace, because we've seen for the small miners who are using trucks to move cargo across, that our ports are not going to be the same anymore. Going forward, we now have to cater for them, in as much as it is not the preferred mode of transport, but what then do you do with those who are within the short distance? But it has to be done in a way that does not cause that bad part of environmental degradation. It has to be part of saying our core strategy is road to rail, but in cases where this happens, what then do you do? When we had floods last year, we saw if you depend only on single mode of transport, when something gets disturbed in that front, you're sitting exposed. So we're trying to make our ports to be climate change resilient and be responsive to the current challenges that are facing us.
I think there's a lot that's been said in this conversation around different pathways to get the private sector on board as a partner. And I did say it wasn't going to be a panel, and I really want to keep it short. So I just want to give you a final opportunity. If there was a clarion call that you could make to the private sector and private sector partners who are possibly still sitting on the fence when it comes to the ports opportunity, what's that one clarion call? What's that one key message that you'd want them to walk away with today? And maybe, Lebogang, you can kick us off.
We are open to partner, to collaborate, because in terms of interconnectivity, globally and also in Africa, maritime is the way. And also considering the sustainability initiatives, ECG, those are some of the things that are very key, and we need them to come on board to partner with us, but also to understand the framework within which we are working on. Because the reality is that how we operate from the state-owned entities and private sector in terms of decision-making is totally different.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, one of the threads I've been hearing in this conversation is that we're increasingly building the capability to meet each other where we're at. From the agility of the private sector, but also from a governance perspective that comes from a public entity. How do we leverage the strength of both and arrive at a better place? We're open to collaboration. We're open to a conversation around how do we meet our ESG ambitions together. And one of my favorite lines that you've just delivered, maritime is the way. I think that's a really strong closing, Lebogang. Moshe, your clarion call to those who are looking at the port's opportunity, having heard what you've just shared in this conversation, what would be your final word?
Look, I'm saying our intention, we are not in this for a short term. Right? Ours is to have long-term relationships that are meaningful with clients. And when we do engage them with a view of having them setting up business, we want them to embrace transformation because we do give long-term concessions. And when we put those targets, it's not because we are mean. We really become open. It's something that we have to do because after 25 years, most people must feel that they've been included in the economy. And we say we're ready for business. We want them to lift as they rise.
Sure. So this is when you do a clarion call, you get multiple billboards in one closing statement. So I just want to reinforce some of the things that you've said. My favorite one, Moshe, it's not that we are mean. This is just something we have to do. I think it's a very important one to remind us that transformation remains at the top of the agenda. It's about long-term engagements, but ensuring that we're lifting as we rise. And it's not just lifting South Africa, it's lifting the region, it's lifting the continent. And I think this conversation that has been an introspection on the port's opportunity to really operationalize and unlock the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has been absolutely special. Can I please ask you to give a round of applause to Moshe and Lebogang? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a phone on stage on one of the seats. So if you're one of the panelists, is that yours, Mr. Salawu? Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. I just have two speakers who are going to come and really just give us their closing reflections, their closing remarks, and enable us to really consolidate and take away some of the key insights. I'm going to first invite, on behalf of the African Development Bank, the Director General for Southern Africa, Madame Leila Mukadem, to please come onto stage. Let's give her a big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. On behalf of the African Development Bank Group, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Transnet for inviting us to be part of the Connecting Africa One-Day Conference. Having attended this event in 2022, it's really gratifying to witness its successful continuation. As we conclude what has been a fruitful and productive day, reflecting on the important discussions held, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the efforts and contributions. I must particularly thank Advocate Michelle Phillips, CEO of Transnet, for her visionary and inspiring leadership, which has been instrumental in today's success. Additionally, I want to emphasize the robust long-term strategic partnership that the African Development Bank Group has enjoyed with Transnet over the past decade. So since 2010, the bank has provided support to Transnet through 2 facilities totaling $650 million. Currently, we have a $1 billion facility that was approved by the bank in July 2024 and signed today, marking our third facility and arguably the most significant one. This facility aims to support Transnet in addressing its most pressing challenges and enhancing its rapid recovery. The bank is eager to pursue this partnership, acknowledging Transnet's critical role not only in the domestic economy, but also in the broader SADC region's economy. A strong Transnet acts as a catalyst for SADC economies by providing an international trade gateway for essential logistics support for imports and exports, especially for landlocked nations. Ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on this conference, the last TCEC made a firm commitment to deepen the bank's engagement in the railway and port sector while collaborating closely with other financiers and regional stakeholders to address the multi-faced challenges these sectors encounter. I'm pleased to note that over the past year, this commitment has translated into practical engagements, resulting in the financing of several transactions in the region. For instance, the bank and DBSA have co-financed the purchase of rolling stocks for Mozambique's Railway and Ports Company, CFM, a transaction worth $70 million and are developing a robust pipeline of additional transactions in the region. The bank, along with the new development bank, has so far provided $1 billion and $284 million respectively towards Transnet's turnaround strategy. Moving forward, this collaborative approach should become our standard practice. We must challenge ourselves to showcase successful and potential transactions at each conference to monitor our commitments. I applaud all of you who have made this collaboration possible and effective. Ladies and gentlemen, the depth of today's discussion deserves special recognition. Please join me in thanking all our speakers and panelists who generously shared their insights and knowledge with us today. The richness of these discussions clearly demonstrates our capacity for innovative solutions to address our challenges. What is needed now is a sustained collective will to implement these solutions. We should build on our successes while scaling up efforts to address broader sector challenges. The urgent need for financing large-scale rail transport infrastructure is evident. Thus, fostering innovation in this area is crucial. The bank is keen to advance this conversation alongside numerous partners. We possess a variety of financing instruments and tools that can be utilized for this purpose, especially to de-risk transactions such as partial credit guarantees to encourage private sector participation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my gratitude to all participants here today. Your engagement and presence have been invaluable, and I trust you agree that your time spent with us has been rewarding. I hope you leave with at least one key takeaway that you can take forward. Your involvement has significantly enriched our discussions. Your insights have added depth and rigor, making this conference truly truly impactful. I encourage each of you to maintain this spirit of determination as we collaborate on sector challenges and explore solutions that will unlock the immense potential not only in South Africa, but across the entire sub-region. Lastly, please allow me to thank the bank team that has joined me today, our Vice President for Private Sector, Infrastructure and Industrialization, Mr. Quenor, who has joined us from Abidjan. He and his team continue to forge the bank's strategic partnership with Transnet. Mr. Kennedy Mbekeyani, the Deputy Director General for Southern Africa, and our country managers joining us from across the region. They are sitting over there. Their leadership across our regional member countries and presence here today is testament to the bank's commitment to seeing our great continent and its people flourish. Finally, I would like to thank my colleagues from the bank who are present today. Our Director for Infrastructure, Mr. Mike Salau, and his team. I think I will just end up here and say, see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, a final round of applause for Madam Leila Mokadem, please. Thank you very much. And our final speaker on our program on this Connecting Africa Conference for 2024 is Mr. Soli Litswalo, Group Chief Operating Officer here at Transnet. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I need to watch out not to repeat all of the good words that were said by the African Development Bank. I think first and foremost, I'd like us to give a big hand to Nozipho for the professional job she has done in getting this day going. I think you kept us awake and you kept us involved, and supporting you were all the good speakers that were here, the panelists. You all did an excellent job. I think we've had lots of words of wisdom coming from everybody that came across here, professionally selected, and they professionally delivered what they were asked to deliver. Give them a big hand, please, and thank you. And another big thank you to our sponsors. Obviously, this occasion here wouldn't have happened if there was no money poured into it. Or over and above signing the big check or signing the agreement that we signed here, Loan, we want to thank you again for sponsoring this event and making it happen. And thank you very much. Give them a big hand as well. All right, this occasion also yesterday I was here. You know, when we walk into this place, you find everything in its place and a place for everything. It doesn't happen by itself. There's a team of people who've been running around setting this up, and I would like us to thank them. Big hand for them, please, for setting it up. And then we had two young ladies supported by a band here that kept us entertained just before we went to eat and during when we were eating. I think they're professional, and I'm happy to see some young African people with so much confidence and delivering such an excellent performance. I wish they were here still, but please give them a big hand. They really did a good job. Yeah, as I said, I'm the last speaker of the day, so I need to and I'm the new guy. So I need to make sure I don't extend your stay here beyond what you can take. But the final thank you is to everybody that attended this session. And really, you can't have a function without people. And I know I'm repeating what Ms. Mokaden has said earlier. But thanks to all of you for making this event happen. And may we all travel safely home. And may we all follow up on all of the contacts we made today and the commitment some of you made when you are at stage here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Letswalo. The final applause, if I may call on it, please, is for our technical team at the back for making us all look good and shiny up on stage, making sure that our sound is perfect, our audio visuals are without glitch. Let's give our technical team at the back a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Siyabonga. So, ladies and gentlemen, all that's left for me to say is thank you, siyabonga, nihambe kahle, merci etu et bon voyage. Until next time, goodbye.
For over a century, we have been the backbone of this nation, connecting producers to markets, across thousands of kilometers of railway track. From concept to completion, we manufacture, assemble, and maintain the engine that drives the region's economy. With over 1,200 trains running every single day, we are the heartbeat of the land. Our ports are the lifeblood of the economy, ensuring the seamless flow of goods in and out of the country. Through cutting-edge technology, we link South Africa with global trade. From refineries to petrol stations, our pipelines secure the vital energy that fuels every step of progress, every new dawn, and every journey. We set foundations for industries and create spaces where businesses prosper. Transnet, enabling industry collaborations, facilitating trade opportunities, and driving economic growth. When Transnet works, South Africa thrives. Collaboration, opportunities, growth. Growing the future together.